All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, May 4th. We have two study session items for tonight. Up first is our Budget Advisory Committee, here to provide information for a reserve policy recommendation for City Council. And I'll invite members of the Budget Advisory Committee. I don't know if we wanted to sit at that table, what would be preferable for you, but Chair Eckel, I will let you decide. I think so, right? Probably makes a little bit more sense. We have an extra chair up here if we need a third chair. All right, good evening, Peter.
Good evening. We've been working on this policy recommendation, we'll call it at this point, this issue brief for well over a year. And so it's been quite a lot of work, and more than I think any of us may have realized when we agreed to do this. But we think it has some value, and we've tried to articulate a policy recommendation that would give sort of factual, objective measures that would, enforce or trigger a recommendation. Am I loud enough? Okay. With that, I will begin going through what was provided to y'all in the agenda. And I will read some, and then we'll also articulate a few of the triggers. And I think we'll take questions as they come. The Budget Advisory Committee is pleased to present this issue brief to Englewood City Council. Issue briefs allow committees and others to address specific topics directly within this issue brief. The Budget Advisory Committee, or BAC as I'll call it, will share its perspectives on the city's reserve and investment policy. The background of the BAC is this. Englewood City Council created the committee in May of 2013, Ordinance 16, Series 2013, with the following purpose. The Budget Committee is established by Council and the City Manager to advise the City on the development, implementation, and evaluation of the annual city budget. Participation in the Budget Advisory Committee is an opportunity not only to advise on the prioritization of how city tax dollars are spent, but also to advise policymakers in their decision-making process in an open and transparent manner. Currently, myself, Jay Knight, James Fran, Nevin Mandel, Laura Cooper, and Andrew Forlines are on the committee. We meet monthly to deliver on our charge. In our ongoing efforts with respect to the annual budget process, the BAC has determined that the reserve policy warrants specific changes primarily around identifying metrics or triggers that recommend critical adjustments to the reserve percentage, and warranted this supplementary communication to Council. The GFOA recommends, at a minimum, that general purpose governments maintain aggregate unrestricted fund balances in their general fund of no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating expenditures, which is roughly 16 2/3%. In aligning the reserve adjustments with key indicators, we have compiled the following list of triggers, which will inform the City Manager and Council when and how much of an adjustment is merited based on these key metrics. The outcome for each trigger is determined by a favorable or unfavorable outcome when compared to a 10-year period on average against the prior year. There are some exceptions that we'll get to. This will provide an evidence-based approach for determining a reserve target adjustment when we are favorable or unfavorable. Here are the trigger impacts and the adjustment recommendations. Of the 7 triggers, a reserve policy target adjustment is determined by 4 out of 7 outcomes, which would just be favorable or unfavorable, but enough to have a majority change. The greater the percentage change, would mean an incurred reserve adjustment based on these objective inputs. And there is a chart that was provided in the agenda that I will summarize here. In the BAC's ongoing efforts with respect to the annual budget process, the BAC has determined that reserve policy warrants specific changes around these triggers. Number 1, greater local, state, and national economic factors. What it measures: broader economic conditions that influence revenue risk and service demand. Number 2, city sales and use tax revenue. What it measures: whether sales and use tax performance is strengthening or weakening relative to history. And this would be an inflation-adjusted measurement of sales and use tax. Trigger number 3, City of Englewood's expenditure over revenue ratio, which has some mentioning in the current policy. What it measures: structural balance. Are ongoing expenses consistently outpacing revenues? A pretty simple metric. Number 4, City of Englewood's unassigned fund balance over the capital budget. What it measures: availability of flexible, council-controlled resources relative to capital needs. Number 5, sales and use tax reliance. What it measures: how concentrated the city is in a more volatile revenue source. Number 6, City of Englewood's debt service. What it measures: whether debt service is rising relative to historic norms or future budget stress. Number 7, legislative or regulatory changes. What it measures: external mandates or funding shifts that create material general fund impact. Council action requested. City Council is asked and encouraged to provide feedback or further direction regarding the issue brief. Financial implications. A reserve policy target adjustment is considered and further directed by City Council based on the results of 4 out of the 7 trigger outcomes, either favorable or unfavorable, which is this proposal. And also connection to the strategic plan. The Budget Advisory Committee issue brief ties directly or indirectly to the governance outcome and result, which is a city government that is accountable, effective, and efficient. And you may want to look at this matrix that was provided. The triggers on the left column, what I just summarized and what each of those will measure, how they are calculated, which provides a basic formula in some cases, and or a principal measurement. The suggested review cadence for now across the board was an annual recalculation, but that would be something that the City Council could determine. Perhaps it would be a quarterly review, or maybe it's an annual review, and if we have some impending changes or some factors which suggest that the economy is turning down, or we have a growing debt or some other issue, then maybe it would be a periodic term for a certain amount of time. And then the trigger outcome is a basic summary of what that objective metric would provide and what we would expect the trend to be. So I'll go through trigger number 1. Laura's going to do trigger number 3 and 7, and we'll talk about kind of what that means and how it can be translated into making a change, or saying maybe there's no change needed in the reserve policy. Maybe we hold the GFOAs 16 2/3 for whatever the periodic time is before this would be retested. Trigger number 1, as stated, greater local, state, and national economic factors. The determining economic factors the city should consider include a local or regional, state, and national factor, and these are general economic factors. The city can use these to inform reserve policy adjustments, and we opened those with the local factor being the one we chose was Metro Denver Economic Development Corporation, MEDC number, who has worked in partnership with the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce. They published the Metro Denver unemployment rates, initial unemployment claims by quarter, inflation change, and home pricing statistics. These observed stats are trended and published monthly and quarterly on a 16-point basis. The report can advise the city on less favorable or more favorable basis, i.e. the latest published data for Q2 2024 was used in our example, shows an average score of a 20 out of 48 on that scale, using 3 different criteria, which would indicate an unfavorable result in this case. And there's an example in the Exhibit 1 for that local economic factor. The state economic factor to be considered should be the Colorado GDP as the primary factor based on our conclusions. For example, Colorado's GDP grew at a slower rate with just a 1.8% year-over-year increase, ranking at 26th in the nation, and 3.5% quarter-over-quarter, ranking 22nd. Colorado personal income grew 5% over the year, leaving Colorado ranking 29th. These are positive impacts compared to the national comparison and would give a 6 out of 8 favorable indicator. And there's an example down below. This is not the latest, mind you, this is not all the latest exhibits that were used, but they were available to us when we wrote the report. So if we were to go through this practice, we would use the latest economic data available. The national economic factor to consider would be the Economic Policy Uncertainty Index. I won't go through the acronym, it's quite long, but it's produced by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, or FRED, F-E-R-D, which many of you may be familiar with. The Economic Policy Uncertainty Index would be considered on a 10-year basis through the published data by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. According to the bank, the index reflects a 1900 to present year scaled frequency of articles noting uncertainty in business around future government policies in the 10 leading newspapers, including USA Today, Miami Herald, Chicago Tribune, Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, Boston Globe, San Francisco Chronicle, Dallas Morning News, Houston Chronicle, and the Wall Street Journal. While that may seem archaic, those newspapers are still well documented, published, and are daily issued. This index would track policy-related economic risk by analyzing newspaper coverage, impending tax law expirations, and forecasting disagreements on government spending. A higher index indicates increased uncertainty, which often causes companies to delay investments in hiring, negatively impacting economic growth. There's a chart in there in Exhibit 3 from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. It's showing a rated change from a year ago over the 10-year average, and this can be pulled very, very easily, which is favorable at a minus 50.4 on the index, and favorable to the prior year on an index rating of 506. This would be a positive impact and would be considered favorable. So between, as an example for trigger 1, between the 3 local, state, and national, regional, and national indicators, in the 3 examples I used, 2 of the 3 would be a favorable rating, which would be to retain or reduce the reserve policy per the GFOA recommendation of 16 2/3. We're not going to overcomplicate it, but that is an example of one that we thought was very important. And Laura, do you want to talk about the next one?
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, members of council. We're not going to go through every trigger, but wanted to share a sample of them as kind of an example of how they would be utilized in the review. And so for the 3rd trigger, that's another example that that indicates how this trigger dashboard would be used. This is a structural balance check looking at expenses compared to revenues. So it's a simple check on whether the city is living within its means over time, just compares expenses over revenues for that given time. When expenses are consistently growing faster than revenues, it can signal ongoing pressure that erodes financial capacity, even if our reserves are looking healthy in the moment. The intent is to help council distinguish a temporary disruption from a longer-term mismatch that should be addressed. The dashboard would just take the current year expenses over revenues ratio and compare that to our 10-year norm, a 10-year range to avoid some of the noise with a small material difference cut off. And then in plain terms, if expenses are persistently growing faster than revenues, so if the expenses is higher than the revenues to a significantly higher degree than the 10-year norm, that's an early warning sign that the city may be under ongoing pressure and can push us towards a more protective reserve posture. So that would be an unfavorable determination. And then I'll skip down to trigger 7, another simple binary trigger here on the dashboard. So this trigger is related to legislative or regulatory changes, which are external shocks, material changes that the city cannot control, like new mandates or funding shifts. It's designed to activate only when the projected net impact is large enough to matter for the general fund. I think we're looking at 2 percentage points, so we're not chasing minor fluctuation. But the purpose is early warning, a clear signal that a change is big enough to require a deliberate response or to give an unfavorable. So the example would be that the state of Colorado issues an unfunded mandate that hits our general fund, the general budget. The dashboard estimates the net impact on the general fund, considering any offsets or reimbursements. And if the net impact is least above about 1% of general fund revenue in the current or next year, the trigger flips to unfavorable. If it's below that, it stays favorable. So that's one of those that would maybe break the review cadence. It would be something that could come up at any time during the year. So that is, the seventh trigger, and I'll pass it back to Peter.
Awesome. Thank you, Laura. So we gave 3 of the 7 examples. Again, I would reference that matrix to kind of see a summary of how those work. There are also some outcomes and metrics that would measure each of those, which are, of course, open to discussion at this point. And to summarize and sort of provide how this might work and how to see the high-level view before discussing any technicals. The timing of the adjustments would be the next step once we went through all 7 triggers and said, are they favorable, no change, or unfavorable, and had a rating of at least a 4 to 7, which would effectuate a change, perhaps a no change. When a trigger results in a reserve target adjustment, the new target will remain in place for 1 full year. That is up to debate. Before any change is considered, unless economic conditions change significantly. So that both of those things, both the fiscal year timing and the economic conditions changing is an open item of discussion. If it was an annual view and the committee needed to run through this review annually, then that would be the answer. If it was a quarterly review or if there was a more immediate need, then it could be done ad hoc when it was requested. To reflect this, we recommend the trigger dashboard is updated at each budget amendment to monitor for these conditional changes. So that would be one way to do it. Once the triggers are pulled, how much do we adjust the policy? The reserve policy range is from 12% to 21.4% of annual expenditures, meaning the range currently for 2025 amended budget. Now, I don't know if I got the latest numbers in here, but the last time we looked presenting this, the 25 amended budget is a minimum of $8.845 million at 12%. 12.3 million would mean 16 2/3%, up to a maximum of 15.7 million at 21.4%. By taking the total favorable or unfavorable weighting out of the 7 triggers, say 4 out of 7 favorable or unfavorable, then the city and council has their quarterly, annually perspective to inform an adjustment to the reserve. Since the total reserve range is 9.4%, the difference between 12 and 21.4%, then a 5-click adjustment would be recommended. And this skill would allow for 188 basis points or 1.88% adjustment up, down, or a no change. If 4 of the 7 triggers are favorable, then a 1-click adjustment would allow for use of 1.88% of the reserve. Currently, this would translate to an additional monetary allowance from the reserve to fund other needs. This may need to be defined. The math is 12.3 million at 16.2%, which is where we have maintained. A draw of 1.4 million could be taken to fund other needs from the reserve, leaving the new balance at 10.9 or 14.8%. By example, and conversely, if the 4 of 7 triggers are unfavorable, that underlines the economic risks and uncertainty, meaning the reserve policy would remain flat or increase. A 1-click increase would translate to an additional 1.4 million, meaning the total reserve would increase to 13.7 million or 18.6% given the risks. So to illustrate, you have a 12% reserve at the bottom of the GFOA recommendation. You have the middle range at 16.7, and you have the top at 21.4. So if you took a 5-click range you would have 188 bips between each step in that 9.4% total variance. Additionally, if an unfavorable result would intend to mean the budget restriction should be implemented to not take the reserve during risky times, meaning if there were other impacts, then or if this reserve policy was impacted unfavorably, then the city should consider budget restrictions across the normal operating budget and otherwise. Also, I think Laura presented this, and maybe I'll let her talk to it as she's going to do the next couple sections, but there was sort of a low, moderate, and sort of high risk posture level that could be seen in sort of the citywide financial perspective that would sort of work with the reserve policy in an unfavorable situation. I'm going to let Laura talk about the replenishment policy recommendations.
Mayor, before we get to that, I hate to interrupt. I'm just having trouble grasping the concept of favorable versus unfavorable. Because if you could explain that to me a little bit, it seems like based on what I consider unfavorable will be you're recommending increasing reserves during unfavorable times when economic indicators are pointing towards a slowing economy, which seems to be the opposite of what we tend to do now. Maybe I'm having a misunderstanding of what the definition is.
I understood it the same way, or at least the way that you intended to use this ratcheting and
So
sliding scale. So, go ahead.
if a trigger indicated an unfavorable economic result, we'll use that one. In the greater economy, state, regional, national, then that unfavorable result would indicate a downturning economy, which would mean that the reserve indication, if that were the only metric, would mean to expand the reserve. So it would raise the percentage allocated to the reserve.
Okay, that clarifies things. We'll talk about that more at the end, but I appreciate you clarifying that for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Lost my spot. One moment. You have oh, great. Thank you. The issues with tech. Great. I wanted to go over the reserve replenishment policy recommendation, as that's also a piece we've put together that would, I think, be useful. I believe that some of these things are likely being done already, but I think it would enhance the transparency and just some of the clarity around what it looks like when you draw down the reserve, especially to the public. So a little bit to that point, the trigger dashboard informs the reserve target within the policy range. So sort of like a budgeting tool, but doesn't automatically authorize the reserve spending. It might recommend that, but that reserve use still remains subject to the policy's drawdown / authorization requirements and council action. So the idea is giving a sense of how much economic risk is there to inform whether we ratchet or slide. So if reserves fall below the current reserve target approved by council, we would recommend that the finance department, in coordination with the city manager's office, prepare a replenishment plan within 60 days of the drawdown. The plan must be approved by council and would cover the following areas. Restoring reserves to the approved target within 1 to 3 years. There's some flexibility there because with ongoing economic pressure, we want to ensure that we're not getting into we're not having a reserve policy that is causing additional pressure, unless, of course, council authorizes an extension due to economic conditions or major capital obligations. That plan should identify both revenue and expenditure strategies to restore reserves consistent with GFOA best practices, prioritizing one-time revenues and year-end surpluses for replenishment and limiting new ongoing spending commitments until reserves are restored, and reporting progress annually in the budget and during the mid-year financial updates or the reforecast financial updates. And then the policy already covers if reserves fall below the minimum acceptable floor at 12%, that would remain. The city would follow that existing policy requiring restoration to the minimum. And as I shared, it's both flexible and transparent. It ensures that the city can rebuild reserves without imposing rigid timelines that could force service cuts. And the transparency requires a formal council-approved plan with clear timelines, funding strategies, and progress reporting to enhance the visibility and accountability of those decisions. I'll pass back to you.
So in thinking about your question, Steve, I maybe should use a different trigger example, but we'll get to that. To summarize, we believe that the replenishment policy would help balance the fiscal responsibility with service continuity and ensure that the reserves are being used as they are intended, which is to stabilize operations during downturns, which, to your point, would be where you would draw down. But there is sort of the planning element as well, which is really what was the example I used. Going back, stabilize operations during downturns while being replenished during periods of recovery and above trend growth in a structured, publicly accountable manner. So I think at this point, we'll take questions, and I think the forward look just from our recommendation is simply, depending on what the council sees and wants to do, is the BAC would go through a full reserve policy report and go through the triggers and provide what that recommendation would look like based on whatever the date is and current data available, to go through each of the triggers, and we would provide those outcomes. And then this would be presented back to council to look at it and make any adjustments that they see to how the triggers and the metrics work, and then to establish a periodic reporting and review for this report. And then decide on the budget advisory committee's role and periodic review for council to make the periodic reserve decisions. And we'll give it back for questions.
Members of the Budget Advisory Committee, thank you very much for the presentation, and also thank you very much for all the work and the research that went into this. There's some triggers here that I didn't even consider when we've been talking about, redoing the policy here regarding our regarding the this policy. So I'm just really, really impressed with the level of work of this. So thank you very much. I'll open it up for questions. Anyone want to kick us off? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So I'm assuming from your last statement, you haven't really looked at where we're at in the budget right now as of the date that this came, or if you have, could you tell us where you think we are right now? And if you haven't done it, then that's fine too.
We haven't done it to the full extent of this report, and some of that is just due to the timing and the influx as we digested this and worked on this over the last several months. But I think that we could definitely give you an answer if a date was asked for or requested. We could give you an answer and run for you.
Okay, I think that would be great, and we could talk about that. I do also want to thank the committee for all the work you've done on this. It's been amazing, and how this has been generated, and I greatly appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
It's really great to see some more definition given to our reserves policy. I know over the course of my years on the Budget Advisory Committee, we kicked this ball around quite a bit. And I'm really proud to see this work coming in front of us now. I think I'm going to circle back to the question that I had earlier. It seems somewhat counterintuitive to me to be indicating that in times when the economy is starting to shrink, in a city that is largely reliant on sales tax for its revenue, we would see revenues going down. And in the past, we've also seen an inflationary cycle at the same time. So while our revenue is dropping, our costs are increasing. And that seems to me like a perfect recipe for drawing down on the reserves as opposed to adding to them. These other economic factors that you've listed, I think, in the grand scheme of things, are great indicators that, hey, lean times are coming, let's put away a little extra cash. But that's one of the separations that I would suggest we look at, is perhaps weighting some of these factors to say, hey, this is where we're looking and we're planning and we're putting the nest egg away. But now we're at the place where the rubber is meeting the road, and it's time to draw on that nest egg. Because in some years we do have the option of cutting, $1 million and putting it away for the next year. And I would want to have that warning ahead of time. Hey, maybe we don't do this capital project that's being asked of us right now because we need that capital for next year for operations. That adds a lot of clarity to me. And I think this gives a formula that a lot of my peers have been looking for over the course of just my time on council. Because we've never had exacting or clear direction on how to do those calculations. It's always kind of been napkin math at the time that we're planning the budget and deciding what we want and what we don't want and how much we're willing to pay for it. So this direction is very, very helpful, and I want to thank you all for your work. Budget Advisory Committee will always have a special place in my heart, and I do miss working with you all, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Pring.
Thank you. Thank you for being here in the presentation. I have talked up Budget Advisory Committee to every person that I possibly can about how much intelligence is in the room and in the drive to get this work done. It's really an amazing tool that you've created. And as much as I still need to, do some learning on my own and dig into each of these triggers, I see this being a tool that can readily be used. I would hope, in conjunction with city staff, like working with our budget building process and timeline in putting this into place before the budget's built each year. So that's our annual timeline of we have really good information heading into our budget discussions with staff. And then, obviously if certain factors are occurring, such as, legislation that you referenced that are going to impact our budget in major ways, then we can, trigger an ask to have this run through. So I do want to understand, you envision the Budget Advisory Committee doing the use of this tool. Am I understanding that correctly?
As in us, as in
Like
the
running
committee
the
using it
triggers
to,
and-
oh, yes, I do.
Okay.
But that's up to council. I think we were asked to do it, and that made sense given our role.
Yes.
And so,
And I ask that because I agree with that approach. I think that gives us balance. We get, the expertise of our city staff and how that budget building process works, and then we have expertise. And for me, it's very important that our boards and commissions are engaged in meaningful ways, and this feels pretty darn meaningful to me. So I think it gives city council perspective that's balanced and expertise. We're using the expertise of our residents. So I definitely recommend that the Budget Advisory Committee be running this tool and providing at least an annual report. I think council should maybe think about whether we want that more often. I did also have a question on in Trigger 3. I'm wondering if there's any area for consideration of timing issues, like oftentimes our revenues don't look kind of right when we're given a monthly report because, say, property taxes haven't come in yet, and so we're going to get an influx of cash at a particular time period. So do these triggers, and especially Trigger 3, account for things like that, like not necessarily just looking at timing issues for external factors, but how our budget works and when monies are flowing into our coffers, if you will.
And by the way, I just want to interject. We have Nevin online as well with his hand up, but go
Okay.
ahead if anybody in the room wants to answer it first, and then we'll see if Nevin wants to add something to it as well.
Thank you, Member Pring. Yes, I do believe that the is based on a 1 year looking over a 10-year history. So it's in there enough where we're not running this monthly or based on just a single month. I think a good next step for us would be to confirm with some of the city staff in the finance department what that timing interval that's the most stable looks like when we're looking at when that annual calculation gets run to ensure that there's not the noise of timing issues. So thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I'm glad to hear that Nevin is online. I know that the group, as you were finalizing work, there was some level of discussion about separating sales and use tax and taking a look at that. And Nevin did some, I think, pretty significant work around that. And Nevin, if you could just kind of give us a recap of what your findings were around that.
Nevin, were you able to hear that? Hopefully you're off mute. We're not able to hear you just yet. There we go.
There he goes.
We can hear you now. Yep, we're good now. Go ahead.
In Colorado Springs, they only considered the sales portion of the SUT, but looking at historic data for the city of Englewood, we can potentially avoid some of the issues that 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 report was trying to mitigate by focusing only on sales tax, by just looking at a longer runtime for previous data. So by looking at a longer data cycle, we can avoid some of those issues. And beyond that, however, most of the recommendations in that report for Colorado Springs seem to fit well and showed a lot of promise for how we could potentially track that here in Englewood.
Okay, thank you for that overview. I just wanted the rest of council to hear kind of how you, what conclusions I guess you came to after doing that work. And then I guess the last question I have is, you've referenced a couple of times a dashboard, and you've spoken to transparency. Is that does not exist currently, correct? And that's something that would need to be built? And do we envision having that accessible to residents on our city website?
It does not exist to our knowledge, and it could be built. And we would want to make it very simple. And I think the data that we look at is straightforward, with the economic one probably being the most convoluted. But we have most of the data is out of the city, with exception to economic and regulatory. So I think it would be something that could be shared publicly as well in a simple format.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks again for all of your work on this. I continue to be impressed every meeting I sit in on.
All right, just I'll add in a couple of points. So I'm in agreement with Member Ward. I think that some of these triggers, there should be a weight assigned to them. Even on the first trigger where we were talking about local, state, and federal, what do we classify it as? Yeah, just the national economic factor. I to me, even within that one, I would probably weight the local and state a little bit more than the national factor. I may be wrong in that assumption, but that's the way that I kind of thought about it when I was thinking about, well, what is more important to us if we wanted to know whether or not the city is potentially going to feel the effects of an economic downturn, or or it increasing? And I was thinking that that would probably play a bigger role with us than the national economic factor. But I was noticing that across the 7 triggers, I would like to see a little bit more weight on this, if it's appropriate. The other thing, since you guys did a lot of research on this, I'm kind of curious, just because Nevin kind of brought it up in terms of what he saw with Colorado Springs. But were there any other, I guess, just blind spots when you guys were doing this research, where you were wondering, why are we not capturing this metric or this value? Why are we over emphasizing this value? Something along those lines. When you did a lot of this research, was there anything that came to mind that we should probably be tracking this a little bit more often, or make it a little bit more visible for either budget advisory committee or just for council itself? And the answer could be no, but it's just, I'm just kind of curious, just because obviously the work of Colorado Springs and them not leveraging you or minimizing the use tax because of fluctuations there, I think I'm just kind of curious about if anything else popped up like that.
Thanks for the question. To be frank, on the city level, especially comparable cities, we weren't able to find a lot of examples. It was pretty thin in terms of cities of our size that are doing something with this level of complexity. Most have, if they have, will have a reserve policy that is pretty simple. And so we followed to the best of our ability with the research from GFOA, looking at especially risk management, and then the procyclical and contracyclical effects as well. I do think that some of these triggers that we have illustrated, one input that it provides to council is a monitoring of some metrics that maybe are not, maybe they're being monitored, maybe they're not being monitored. So I don't know that there is a specific one that we've discussed outside of these that popped up. Most of the research was on states, and then there was some at the city level, but not much. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that, Laura. Thank you so much. Any other comments from members of council? I love the work that you guys have put into this. I would like to see a little bit more work on this. It looks like Nevin does have his hand up, so I'll pass it over to Nevin for final thoughts. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nevin. We're not able to hear you right now, Nevin, if you're speaking, so hopefully. Nevin, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I think there may be a bit of a delay. I apologize, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Nevin.
I think that to your point, statistically, while we haven't run a mock example of this report with our current data to see where we are, statistically, it looks like there are some factors that do better represent when the city is or will forecast having an economic downturn. As you might imagine, the most impactful is certainly just revenue to the city, whether that's sales and use tax or otherwise. But I just wanted to say, to your point about maybe weighting some of these factors, we could potentially weight it based off of the statistical likelihood that it will actually show a potential economic downturn.
Right, I appreciate that, Nevin. Thank you so much for that. All right, any further questions for members of council? I guess in terms of next steps, would you like the work to continue with BAC with what they started here and provide us, I guess, more concise information for, I guess this would be part of the annual write-up come July or August, is that correct?
Yes, I think we would go through one full test case, which would be the latest data as of a given date that we're given.
Is there any further information that you require from members of council regarding your reports, your recommendations here?
I think if that's the ask, we'll run the review and provide that next, and it'll give a good test case.
Sounds good. Member Prangy, I saw your light, but no, you hit it. Okay, perfect. All right, again, thank you very much for the level of work in this, the level of research. Thanks to everybody on the BAC. Thank you very much, Chair Eckel, for your work. Yeah, look forward to continuing this conversation here in the months ahead. Thank you so much. All right. With that, everyone, let's move on to the second agenda item. This is just selection for boards and commissions. Trying to figure out the best way to handle this, but I know with with the full council now on board, I guess I'll start off. I am open to any of my boards being open for consideration. I've been on council now for what, 8 years or so, so I've sat on many of these boards, but I'm willing to open them up for anyone else learning or wanting to sit on any of these boards and commissions. So I'll let anybody chime in terms of, well, I guess Rick, yourself, if there were anything specifically that you were hoping to sit on as first year council member.
Thank you, Mayor. There was nothing specific. I think I was looking to see if anyone was putting anything back on the table to consider. So possibly Cultural Arts Commission, like we had chatted about before. I did notice that through just the regular reporting in the document that there seemed to be some additional spots or alternate spots on a few things that I would be interested in. For example, Colorado Municipal League Policy Committee, as well as the school board, which both appeared to be open for a second person within the document itself. And then if there was anyone else who was looking to sort of put an assignment back into the mix, happy to consider it as well.
Thank you very much. Rick, I think for me, like, yeah, if you're open to doing cultural arts, I've had trouble making Wednesdays this year. For some reason, it just happens to fall with my travel schedule. Usually I travel, usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays usually for my work schedule. So it just happened to be an issue last few months. But if you were open to taking on cultural arts, I'm happy to provide that. So go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have been finding myself unable to really put in the effort needed for the Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Group. So that's one. It requires, it's 2 meetings a month. One is a steering group meeting, and the second one is the full policy group. But that's one I would be willing to give up or trade if that sounds like something someone would be interested in.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Bethel, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I've had a hard time making and giving enough attention to the library board. So if that's something that anyone is interested to, I would like for them to have the attention that they deserve. And I've been giving that the past few weeks.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. So library board, and we got Tri-Cities potentially up. And real quick, I guess just for a point of clarification, so the document that we have in front of us, this is kind of like an outdated list, correct? It's not the current list that we're currently working on?
Yeah, that's the current list.
Because I was gonna say, Member Bethel, you're manning up or you're the liaison to the sustainability board, correct?
Yeah, I have sustainability. I also have the Arapahoe Go Committee, which is, I think, what's on the top here, the Arapahoe City Collaborative Transportation Forum. That sounds like what I've been attending, but I don't see the exact title of that committee on here.
Okay, thank you. And you also took over Dr. Cog for me as well. I'm your backup.
Yeah, most of my other committees are based around transportation or sustainability.
Right. I wonder why. All right, go ahead, Member Russell.
The one that, and I've not been to this, is the one that Member Bethel just mentioned, the Arapahoe City Collaborative Transportation Forum. Is that still going on? I mean, I'm willing to, I probably would like to give that.
I can speak to that. So there's a new committee that was formed that we addressed in a study session a few weeks ago, which is called the Arapahoe Go Transit Plan. And that is representatives from different municipalities around Arapahoe County, as well as a representative from the Arapahoe County Board of Commissioners, talking about the interconnectedness of our transit plans. And I think that has 3 more meetings scheduled. So I am present for those, and there's a city staff representative as well.
Okay, thank you. And so Mayor, I don't know if this one isn't, if it's defunct, then we probably should remove it, right?
I was gonna say, so I don't recall that that specific board meeting since I took on Dr. Cog back in 21. So that may be one that we move. So yeah, so that will probably be stricken. I haven't seen them meet in quite a while, so. All right, sounds good. Member Summerson, did you want to pick up the library board? I was gonna say is like if I don't have cultural arts, I don't have any other boards outside. DDA, so.
I'm happy to pick up the public library board.
Okay.
I would also be interested in Tri-Cities, so both of those are of interest to me.
Were there any other boards or commissions that, I'm not sure how many, actually, I still have water and sewer board, so that one would still be one on mine. And I do the Swedish task force, which actually meets this Wednesday, which I won't be able to. So it looks like I still have at least 3 at this point, so.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Was the one that you, I was trying to look up some information, the one that you said hadn't met, was that the Arapahoe County Transportation Forum Executive Committee?
Correct, yeah.
That one is a monthly meeting.
Which
and so
one is that
vote,
one?
So that's the one that the emails come from Judy Legrini.
Oh, that's
and the county transportation department organizes that, but that's how we get funding for all of the big projects, like all the complete streets projects, et cetera. They divvy that money up in that committee, and so we have staff voting. For
I was going to say Victor usually runs. Right. Yes. Okay. So I haven't been a part of them, but okay, so that makes sense. Okay. Right. Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Member Bethel.
Oh, I was just going to remind you that I'm your alternate for the Swedish task force. If you need to miss a meeting on Wednesday. Okay.
Sounds good. Were there any others? Anything else that anyone wanted to bring up? Maybe not be able to make time for. Would be the time to speak to that. But so we're happy with our placements for every other board for the most part.
If I needed to offer up another one, I'm not sure how many Mr. Summerson would like to take on, but the South Platte River Working Group is something that I haven't been able to get to and forget. They don't seem to meet really regularly either, so I don't know if it's even an ongoing meeting, but
it's very rare these days that they meet.
Okay.
Did you want to keep that one on your calendar, or
unless Member Summerson wants to take it on and has a burning desire, I'll keep it and just attend when they do have meetings.
All right. Anything else from members of council? It looks like we have those set. It looks like we're going to be making changes to 3 boards or maybe 4 based on that. So Stephanie, is there anything else you needed? Were you able to capture what was changed? Okay.
I guess one thing I did question, you had mentioned the CML policy or school board as a second. Is that decided? Do we need to decide that or no?
Do we have Steve as that liaison today, right?
So that stays in
Steve,
place.
you're still CML, right? Yeah. That's Steve's bread and butter, so.
Okay.
Do we have a liaison to that board though? Or sorry, a backup?
No alternate right now.
Did you want to be the alternate to that, Rick? Sure. To the CML? Okay, perfect. So we'll add you there.
And what about the school board? That's staying the same?
I think, Tina, you're on the school board, correct? No?
No, I used to be, but I'm not currently.
It's Steve and, member Ward and the no in a vacancy.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Member Ward is on the school board liaisons committee, and then there's a vacancy on that one.
A second vacancy?
Yes, there are 2 members of that commission liaisons group.
Oh, so that's what, okay. So there is one here.
Yes, I will take that one as well.
The school board?
Yeah.
Okay.
As an alternate or?
As the second.
Second.
There's a second one for that one.
Okay. So cultural arts, library, Tri-City, and an alternate for CML and second for school board.
Right. And I should be the alternate on the Chamber of Commerce. So that's the one that is currently highlighted, but I'd like to be the backup on that one. Cool.
Thank Thank you.
All right. All right, anything else for members of council? All right, with that, everyone, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We'll re-adjourn at the top of the hour and we'll kick off the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, everyone, we are now back. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which one nation, under God, indivisible. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present?
Member Bethel,
Present?
Member Prang,
Present?
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Summerson,
Present.
Member Ward.
Present.
All 7 present.
And I'm present as well.
And Mayor Sierra. Sorry about that.
I am here. Thank you very much, City Clerk. Moving on to agenda item 5. Any changes to the minutes from the regular City Council meeting of April 20th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the April 20th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second?
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Summerson,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much. Moving on to recognition. So tonight, Englewood City Council would like to recognize Meadow Gold Dairy as they celebrate their 125th anniversary this year, representing more than a century of business investment and a community presence in the city of Englewood. Employing more than 220 individuals, Meadow Gold is one of Englewood's significant employers and a key contributor to the city's diverse and resilient local economy. Beyond its economic impact, Meadow Gold is a dedicated community partner, providing both monetary sponsorship and product donations that support local events and initiatives. Their contributions have supported programs such as Volunteer Appreciation, Parks Appreciation, the Mally Ice Cream Social, Pirates Cove Float Day, First Friday Fun in the Sun, Celebrate Englewood, and Homeless Connect. Recognizing Meadow Gold Dairy honors both their longstanding business success and their ongoing commitment to strengthening community connection and quality of life in Englewood. So I think we have representatives here from Meadow Gold Dairy in attendance. Scott Johnson, their general manager, Randy Jones, the production manager, and Dan Walker, the sales director. Please join me in thanking Meadow Gold Dairy for their many contributions to the city of Englewood and our entire community. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right, members of council, if you wouldn't mind, we're going to take a picture with these executives. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, there's no appointments tonight, so we're moving on to recognition of public comment. This is an opportunity to address City Council. The expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. We did have residents provide their address or cross streets. Non-Englewood residents just need to provide the name of their city. If you have addressed council in the last 90 days, you will be moved to the bottom of the list. Any written materials may be submitted to the city clerk in advance or at the meeting, and audio-visual materials must be submitted to the city clerk by 5 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. We do limit public comment to 90 minutes total, but that won't be necessary tonight. We've got about 7 speakers tonight. Up first, we have, I believe they may be online, LD, a District 1 resident with no topic given. LD, are you online?
Yes,
All right, go ahead when you are ready.
yes, Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm placing this statement on the official public record as a formal note pending fiduciary liability regarding systemic operational failure and civil rights violations at Innovative Housing Concept. I'm here to formally demand an emergency HUD receivership and a no-notice forensic investigation into severe accounting anomalies occurring within our housing authority. We possess housing authority ledgers proving that management is executing a strategy of maintenance starvation to manufacture the physical distress required for a real estate disposition. Internal February 2026 financial ledgers reveal that Orchard Place maintenance funding was intentionally slashed by 51%, dropping to a lethal $169 per unit per month, while Simon Center budget was inexplicably inflated to $577 to mask systemic shuffling. By deliberately withholding over $138,000 from critical life safety repairs, management fraudulently claimed a $34,476 maintenance surplus for a single month. I urge this council to recognize the mathematical impossibility of maintaining these reported metrics. It is actuarially and physically impossible to generate a $34,000 maintenance surplus while concurrently ignoring 38 backlog life safety work orders and battling a multi-property Category 3 methamphetamine crisis. Furthermore, management falsified federal compliance data in the August 2025 occupancy status report, claiming an average work order completion time of exactly 1 day. It is logically impossible to maintain a 1-day completion average, while the 2025 director's report formally admits that meth contamination is widespread and was left unmitigated in common areas for over 7 months. And you all know it. To conceal these impossible metrics and the potential misappropriation of public funds, the Housing Authority has intentionally suppressed its mandatory independent financial audits from the Colorado Office of the State Auditor for 2 consecutive years. We demand the immediate submission of the delinquent audits to the state. While leadership hides the financial ledgers, they actively trap residents in this manufactured danger. Management is executing a constructive denial strategy against highly vulnerable residents, systemically blocking federal mandated emergency transfer. They're illegally demanding third-party documentation for violence against women at self-certifications, following documented physical assault. They're actively denying Section 504 reasonable accommodations, trapping disabled residents in environments compromised by structural fire loads, staging of toxic boarding debris, and aerosolized meth toxins. You can no longer claim ignorance of these manufactured hazards.
LD, thank you very much for your time. You're at your 3 minutes. Thank you very much for speaking tonight. Member Russell, go ahead with the question.
Yes, I'm wondering, can we get a written copy of what you just shared with us? Please, could you email that to the city clerk?
Yes, Councilwoman, I'd be happy to do it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, LD. And
Thanks,
specifically,
Mike.
this was regarding Simon Center, correct?
What's your plan?
LD, did you say that that was specifically around Simon Center? Or
I'm sorry, I'm having connection to.
I'm sorry, LD, I was just trying to find out, were you speaking specifically about Simon Center?
I can speak on her behalf. She can't hear you now.
Oh, okay.
No, she's talking about Orchard Place and Simon Center.
Okay.
Innovative
Housing
Housing Concept is Englewood Housing Authority.
All right. I appreciate that. I don't see
Thank
any
you.
further questions, but LD, thank you very much for your time tonight. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Okay,
is HS.
yeah, that
Is that you?
that was HS. I'm LD now.
Oh, that was HS, and so now you're LD.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so HS was the first speaker, LD is the first, or LD is now speaking, and you're a District 1 resident as well. LD, when you are ready, you may begin.
Just the thing, for security reasons, I sent an email to your clerk while you were on your break. If we could be put at the end of the line, there's some security dangers here in Mexico. right now, and we have to make sure that we're safe. So if you could just put me at the end of the list would be perfect.
Okay, so yeah, we'll
Yeah,
come to you at the end of the LD. We'll come
yes,
back to you at the very end. Thank you very much for letting
yes,
me know.
thank you.
All right, moving on to the next speaker. We have Cynthia France, a District 2 resident. Good evening, Ms. France. When you are ready, your 3 minutes will begin. I think you just have to press the button up there with the, there you are. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia France. I'm president of the Kent Village Homeowners Association, and I'm here with another member of the board, Dennis Cook, who's sitting in the audience. We're here tonight to speak in support of CB 38, and that we're doing that because it solves a problem that we are facing in our HOA community. Kent Village, in case you don't know, is a 66-unit community around 10 lanes. It's located east of here near the intersection of Hamden and University. For years, we've had the convenience of using dumpsters that are located at the rear of a property that the association owns, very near to the entrance to our community. But we're considering selling that property at this point, so we have to dump the dumpsters. We got to get rid of the dumpsters. So as a result of that, we've found a trash company that has small hauling trucks that can get down our narrow lanes without destroying the concrete with which those lanes are paved. That was a big deal for us. So the problem we face now is that in Kent Village, each 2 homes share one trash toter. It's a big trash toter, but it's shared. So that means that we need to have the trash picked up more than once a week in very many circumstances. But the current schedule in Englewood allows Mondays and Wednesdays for trash pickup. Currently, we've been using pickup trucks to take our trash to the dumpsters, but without the dumpsters, we want to, go to this trash hauler with the small trucks. So the Monday, Wednesday situation doesn't work for us because, well, frankly, we don't think we would accumulate enough trash on Wednesday after a Monday pickup to warrant spending the money on a second per week pickup. So that's why we like CB 38. It gives us the flexibility to meet the needs of our community. And we appreciate the work that Councilmember Bethel has done in support of this measure. And we hope that you will all vote favorably for CB 38. We thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Ms. France, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? I see none. Ms. France, thank you very much for coming and speaking. Up next, got too many sheets of paper up here. We have Jacob Mason, a District 1 resident. Good evening, Mr. Mason. When you are ready, you may begin. Actually, the other way. There
This way?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, cool. This is my first time speaking, so thank you guys for having me. I am a representative from That's Kava off of Broadway and Girard. We're here about the parking issue we've been having. So our business has been there for about 3 years now. Up to this point, we've had no major issues. Just recently, in the last couple months, we started receiving tickets that were getting called in from the Malley Recreation Center. In our attempts to try and find some resolve to this, we've spoken with a few members. The owner, Ryan, sadly cannot be here today, so I don't have those names to provide. But the people he spoke with in the city said essentially that their understanding was that it was a public lot and they weren't familiar with the permitted times. If it is a permitted time, it delegates us only about 4 spots for the business, 2 behind, which are mainly used for employee parking. They're next to the dumpsters, so it's less ideal for customers. And we have the 2 street side parking. Of course, there are other, parking spaces for people to walk to the business. But what we're asking for is, we've also had some people from the other neighboring businesses that came to us asking about these tickets. If we could at least have that permitted time be available for the different businesses that line that parking lot. To my understanding, Malley Recreation Center has their own private parking. It's their overflow lot that we're discussing that is directly behind our business. So if we could get those businesses added onto the permit, just so we can have our customers park there. We're relatively busy, so we're just a little short-staffed right now.
Mr. Mason, thank you very much for your time. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
Did you say that you've had customers who've received tickets from the city?
Yeah, quite a few of them.
Parking tickets for parking specifically in that lot, or was it street parking?
No, this was in that larger lot behind the business.
And do you know, were the tickets just for being there, or were they for exceeding the time limit?
No, they were just for being there. The permitted lot times right now, the sign they have posted is that the Malley Recreation Center has parking from, I believe, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Okay, that is just my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mason, just for clarity, actually, go ahead, Member Russell.
So are the business or are the patrons parking in the Malley Center Trust Fund lot?
In that larger lot, yes, that it borders directly against our business as well as a few others. And so that was the larger parking lot that we've used for the last few years until just recently we started receiving tickets for it. So I'm not sure if that was a recent amendment to the rules of that parking lot or if that had existed and they decided not to ticket up to this point, but it's now left us with just a few spots.
The only reason I'm asking this question, because I know I've talked to somebody on the Malley Center Trust Fund board who they've been frustrated that people are parking in the lots that do not have a permit to park in Malley Center Trust Fund lot.
I would assume that that's
Yeah.
customers,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so so there's that, but you had another possible solution for?
My hope is that that lot, being as the Malley Recreation Center has their own, that it would at least be permitted for the local businesses that line up that lot. We have all the businesses on Broadway that back it, and we also have those businesses right across, the tattoo shop, I believe a small breakfast place that line Girard. So if we could have access to the lot as well during those times, just so we have somewhere for the customers to park.
Okay, I appreciate that, and we can talk about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mason, just to clarify, so it's just the lot on the other side of the alley, right? That you're
Correct.
speaking to?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just wanted to make sure I had it correct. All right, any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Mason, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight.
Thank you very much.
And up next is Travis Rimward, also a District 1 resident.
Yeah.
And actually, so Travis and Jacob, since it's the first time, we do give a response at the end of public comment regarding things that have been mentioned. So, but
Yeah.
Travis, when you are ready, you may begin.
Sure. Yeah. Just reiterating what he said. Basically, I actually didn't know we were going to be whatever signed up together or not. It's just it is our business, but that whole downtown Englewood area, it is the entirety of that street that gets people filled in there. There's not a ton of parking on that street, and so that back lot really helps a lot of the businesses there, like not just our own really. So I think it's just a better boon for the city to have that available to more people. And really, the ticketing time, like the times that we're being ticketed on, we've taken pictures of it. The lot isn't even like nearly full. It just seems like it's just sort of happening at random times. That's really what it is. It just seems like if we could at least get times for this when it's available to us, or if we can give permits out, or just somehow tell the people, when they can or can't park there at least, because right now it's very unclarified. And again, we've been there for about 3 years, and it just started happening kind of out of nowhere. Obviously, it gets people kind of disgruntled. We just end up paying the tickets ourselves, and we'll try to figure it out like we are here today. But that's basically what it is. It helps us, but it'll help the community more. I mean, it's a thriving situation down there, and it would just help everybody out more if we could just have clarity on it.
All right. Sounds good. Travis, thank you very much for your time. Was there anything else, or?
That's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions for members of council? Just a quick question. You mentioned that there's no set time that you get these tickets, but what are your hours?
So we are open from 8 a.m. until 2:30 a.m.
Okay.
It's happening usually in the morning between like 10 and like 3 is generally. I'll have people sitting outside, and they'll come in and say, "Hey, there's somebody out here giving tickets." Everybody will go move their car somewhere else. Is generally when it happens. Yeah.
And you mentioned that the other businesses that are on that side of the block, 3300 block, they too are getting tickets as well.
Yeah,
Their
they also
patrons
there's
are.
that tattoo shop. There's like a little like knick-knack shop, and then there's like another tattoo shop, and then there's the breakfast. It's all that over there basically. That's everybody on that street. Yeah.
Okay.
The print shop as well, right there. Yeah.
Travis, are you aware, and I guess I could have asked Jacob, but are you aware where the public parking is within that area, that outside of just that Malley Center parking?
No, I mean, there's a spot behind the Breakfast Queen, kind of the next block over, where
Yeah,
there's
that
like
one,
that
yeah.
space, that often fills up as well, and then it just seems like people drive the next block over to us,
Yeah.
and then they park there
Okay.
too, so.
Cool. Any further questions from members of council? Appreciate you coming tonight, Travis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next is Craig Skinner, a District 2 resident. Good evening, Mr. Skinner.
Good evening.
When you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Craig Skinner, and I'm here on behalf of local advocacy group Vibrant Englewood. We want to start by thanking city staff for the considerable work that has gone into the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan, and we appreciate this council's decision during the most recent study session to delay final adoption so that community concerns can be addressed. That decision reflects the responsiveness Englewood residents are hoping to see in the plan itself. We've submitted a letter along with close to 50 community sign-ons and comments from Englewood residents, including members of Vibrant Englewood and neighbors beyond our organization, and all 4 districts who share these concerns. This breadth of support is significant, showing that these are not the views of a single group, but a wide cross-section of the community aligning on these asks. The community members who showed up previously on April 6th and others who submitted written comments aren't here to be obstacles. We are neighbors who want Englewood to succeed, and we're asking for a plan that gives the city its best chance to do that. Our asks are detailed in the provided letter, but I will describe 3 structural asks for the plan before it comes to a final vote. First, establish a tiered priority system. The current draft lists 41 goals across 5 focus areas with no indication of which matter most. When budget and time decisions require trade-offs, which is likely to occur, staff, boards, and residents need to know where council intends to direct the city to focus. If every goal is a priority, none are. Second, if metrics will be tracked and published, pair every activity metric with an outcome metric. Every goal should answer, what will actually be different in Englewood because of this? Knowing staff held meetings or completed assessments only tell us what was done, not how we have progressed toward the goal. Third, restructure each section so it's clear how the pieces connect. For example, each outcome area could lead with the goals that can achieve it, followed by key projects already underway or intended to begin, and projected completion timelines. Each goal could either include the metrics currently in place or a concrete commitment to build those metrics out in year 1. Right now, the plan reads as an inventory. This example structure would help make it a roadmap. I want to emphasize that Englewood conducted its own community survey, asking residents which areas concern them most. Community, affordability, and walkability ranked among the top priorities, yet the current draft doesn't reflect that. The community feedback on what matters to them and the strategic plan should show that you heard that feedback. We look forward to seeing the changes staff and council make to this plan to make it as strong as it can be and give Englewood residents visibility into the progress the city is making toward achieving these goals. Thank you.
Mr. Skinner, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? I see none. Mr. Skinner, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight.
Thank you.
And up next is Candace Jones Rutledge from outside the city of Englewood. Good evening, Ms. Rutledge. When you are ready, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name's Candace Rutledge, and I'm a street cat from Littleton. I've come to speak a few times. I just wanted to let you know that I usually ride the train here, and it looks like the elevator is broken. And then sometimes when you go to the second, south of the building, when you go to the second level of the parking garage, it says to use the elevator on the signs. So somebody who was thinking about that would go to the elevator and see that it's broken, and they'd feel like the runaround. And the reason I bring that up is also because when I was waiting for the train the other day, and I also carry a cart myself, and hunking it down the stairs, I can do it, but somebody was complaining about their hip hurting, and so they thought it was difficult to navigate from downstairs to up to the train tracks. So I just wanted to let you know that was going on. And then also, other than that, I didn't have much to say, but when I was listening to the talk about the parking tickets, I would like to let people know that they should verify that those are real. Be wary about any requests to pay without a physical address where you can look someone in the eye. there are a lot of advanced scams going on where people will just put stuff that look legitimate on your vehicle and it might not be. And I think this week there's even going to be a city-hosted event talking about common scams in the area. I think that's on the 6th, but I don't know what the time is. That's all I had.
Ms. Rutledge, thank you very much for coming to speak. Ms. Rutledge, I actually have a question. Since you mentioned the elevators, which elevator is out of service?
So north of the, so when you get off the train, you
Yep.
know how you're going to go toward the stairwell?
Yep.
There's an elevator right there
That one?
abutting
Okay.
that. Yeah.
I was kind of curious if it was one of the parking garages, one in here, so I appreciate it. Yep. Thank you so much, Ms. Rutledge. Thank you very much for your time tonight. And we are going back to, I believe it is LD that is online. LD, we are back to you. Are you still there? Can you hear me, LD? LD, you may be on mute. I can't really tell since I'm pointing at the screen in front of me. All right. Nope. Do you see anything on your side, City Clerk?
I show that they unmuted.
Okay. LD, are you there? All right, LD, we do not hear you. All right, with that, I think if we're not able to hear LD, I think that will conclude public comment. I think everybody from the list has spoken. They have. All right, so then we will provide a response to public comment at this point. If anybody wants to start. Oh, wait, hold on, LD, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Oh, there you are. LD, okay. We'll hold off on response. LD, you have 3 minutes. If you wanna, when you are ready, you may begin.
Okay, I'm going to use text to speech. It's hard for me to talk sometimes with my disability, so here I go.
That is fine. Go ahead, LD.
Executive leadership of the Englewood Housing Authority. For the official record, I will be referred to only as LD. Before I begin, I want to make one specific exception tonight. Councilwoman Rita Russell. You have stood alone in demonstrating integrity, while the rest of the elected officials in this chamber and the administrators of this city operate as a coordinated syndicate of silence. For months, we have demanded the environmental testing data for the public hallways of Orchard Place. Right next door to us, a unit was evacuated for severe CLASS1 methamphetamine contamination. But instead of utilizing certified hazardous materials protocols to protect the building, the housing authority dragged that toxic debris out and stored it directly in our shared public hallways. They did this not once, but on 2 separate occasions, leaving contaminated waste to off-gas for hours into the corridors where vulnerable residents walk and breathe. You cannot claim you didn't know. We didn't just complain to the housing management. We went straight to the city. We contacted Englewood Code Enforcement the very day that toxic material was sitting in our hallway. We physically went down to City Hall to demand an intervention to protect the residents, and your City Hall refused to do a single thing. That was the moment the reality of this situation became undeniable. This is not administrative incompetence. This is active collusion. Every single one of you, City Hall, Code Enforcement, and the Englewood Housing Authority, are working together to protect your municipal liability instead of protecting human life. You allowed a public housing facility to operate as a toxic dumping ground, and the city looked the other way, and now we see the cowardly endgame. Tomorrow, the executives who orchestrated this entire cover-up are trying to pull a vanishing act. They are desperately rushing to hire a brand new executive director so they can pass the liability of their unmitigated biohazards and civil rights violations onto someone else's shoulders. They want a newcomer to take the fall and clean up their toxic mess before the federal authorities arrive. But you cannot hire your way out of a documented cover-up. You thought you could stonewall us, ignore our safety pleas at City Hall, and wait for us to quietly disappear. You miscalculated. The timeline of your negligence is preserved. We have the dates, we have the refusal from Code Enforcement, and the digital footprint is locked. You spent months trying to figure out how to hide the truth. Now you just have to wait to see what happens when that truth is entirely out of your control.
Okay, that is my speech. How much time do I have left?
All right. LD, thank you very much for your time tonight. We have a question for you. Go ahead, Member Russell.
LD, can you tell me if you sent your questions into the Arapahoe County? Because Arapahoe County was over there met with the residents on a couple of occasions. So I'm wondering if you had an opportunity to reach out to the county about this.
Yes, ma'am, I did. The next door, the man was evicted. They put the stuff in the laundry room and the hallway that, we use on our floor. I immediately, within 30 minutes, sent a letter I physically delivered it over to the housing authority. I called the Arapahoe County Health Department. They passed the buck back to the city of Englewood and the housing authority. I even called the meth at the state. All the calls are recorded, and they all passed the buck back. And then I went down to City Hall, and they basically told me, he said, I can walk in there, see it, and I'll walk right out. We have the phone call. Oh, and one other thing, they haven't notified us. We've been asking for this data since February for the guy next door. They got the data 2-3 weeks ago, I believe, and it's 35 times higher. And they have never told me that. They've tried to keep me at the $1,600. Your city
LD, I'm going to
didn't tell
cut
me
you off
who-
there. I think you answered the question.
Okay, LD, thank you. And
Thank you.
I'll try to reach out to the health department and the person that came forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. LD, are you able to send us your written material as well?
Yes, I have, I believe, till 12 o'clock tomorrow to do. You may just send it over to the city clerk's
Yeah,
office?
send it to the city clerk and she'll transmit it to the rest of council.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, LD. All right, any further questions from council? All right, LD, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Take care.
All right, with that, everyone, that concludes public comment. If any members of council wanted to start off with any with the response.
Point of order, isn't it council member's choice, not just general?
Yeah, council member's choice, but also just a response to public comment.
Okay.
All right. I'll respond to members of the public. So LD and HS, thank you very much for coming and speaking to some of the concerns that you have witnessed. I look forward to receiving your written material. From there, we will look to get a council request to get a little bit more information on this. It does sound like Member Russell is going to be reaching out to Arapahoe County or the person that she spoke to, but we'll get a little bit more information on the concerns that you have brought forth. Ms. France, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight regarding Council Bill 38. So we will be voting on that tonight, but great to hear like how that may impact your area. So just thank you very much for coming forth on that issue specifically. Mr. Mason, Mr. Wormwood, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. I'll have to get a little bit more information on the public parking in regards to just Malley Center and how that's permitted. Since it is a Malley parking lot, my guess is that, traffic enforcement has increased within the city itself, but we'll see if there's a way that we can remedy it for the businesses that are right alongside that set of that alley, because I do understand the concerns and the frustrations from your patrons getting ticketed when they didn't in the past. But I'll see if I can get a little bit more information. I'll be in touch regarding that as well. Mr. Skinner, thank you very much for bringing a little bit more visibility to our strategic plan. We actually are going to be meeting on that. We're going to set aside an evening on Thursday. I want to say it's May 14th, whatever, not this Thursday, but the Thursday after. We're going to be meeting as a council to speak to some of the concerns that you brought up in terms of the specificity that we haven't added to the strategic plan. But thank you very much for providing your viewpoint and the community's viewpoint on what needs to be added in order to strengthen the strategic plan. So we'll speak to that a week from Thursday. And Candace, thank you very much for coming and speaking and letting us know about the elevator. I've heard about that elevator. Obviously, that needs to be fixed pretty quickly just because of the ADA issues that we have with not providing that up and running. So we'll see if we can get that fixed. I'll get some more information on that, but thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. Anything that I may have missed or anybody want to speak to council member's choice? I will be saying a few words at the end, but if anybody wants to start off, go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for covering comments or responses to everybody. I do appreciate everybody that came out to speak, and I especially really want to try to find a solution for the parking situation. As much as I appreciate us having enforcement where we can in the city. It certainly sounds like it's a hindrance to the businesses being able to thrive in ways that they could. So hopefully we can get a response out to you on that and some solutions for that soon. I did want to address the letter that was in receipt from Mr. Skinner in Vibrant Englewood. Not quite sure why my name was called out in that letter specifically. I'm not sure what the intention was there, but I did want to kind of correct course on what was stated in the letter. There was a reference to me stating that that this council had an intention to create space for community conversation. That is not something that I ever said. And so I think I was more stating, we appreciated the input and that we were waiting for council to have a full council seated to be able to continue the conversation. And that certainly there were great points brought up that night that we could take into that conversation. So I just wanted to clarify what I actually said, given that my name was called out there. And I too appreciate the specificity of the suggestions that were brought forward in the letter, and the support both from Vibrant members as well as other members of the community. As the mayor stated, we do have an upcoming conversation, so I know there seemed to be maybe a tone of disappointment from Vibrant organization as a whole that that maybe the community hadn't been heard or public commenters hadn't been heard, but we haven't finished the conversation yet. So we certainly do intend to dig in a lot more and hopefully refine things in a way that's satisfactory to all. I also wanted to give an update on council requests that have been submitted for direction from the mayor. I did enter a few more council requests in preparation for our ongoing data and policing conversations. I had a set of questions that were sent to me from a community member that I thought were pretty good questions. So I think they got submitted maybe as individual requests. I tried to group subject content together, but I'll just read off those questions for your awareness. One is, how is the department addressing potential AI-related risks, including racial bias and error rates and surveillance tools? Next question, what policies or safeguards guide officer engagement following ALPR or AI-generated alerts? And third, are there any initiatives to evaluate or mitigate the environmental impact associated with AI surveillance infrastructure? Then separately, there was a set of questions kind of around general policing, I guess, operations. First was, what de-escalation and sensitivity training protocols are currently in place for EPD officers? Second, what strategies are in place to strengthen positive community engagement and outreach? Third, how is EPD prioritizing a service-oriented approach in conjunction with increasing technology use? And then lastly, are there plans to implement regular reporting, including key performance indicators and transparency metrics so the community can assess outcomes over time? So that is my update on council requests that were related to upcoming conversations. And then lastly, I would like to make a request of the city attorney's office. It just kind of came to mind as we were talking about over time, sometimes we have to make settlements within the city. And I thought it would be helpful information to council if we could maybe biannually receive a report out of settlements by department. So when we're settling, if it's in relation to staff within the city, kind of by department, how often we're settling into what the total amount would be.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Anything else?
It looks like city attorney
Go
has a
ahead,
question.
City Attorney. Probably not information that we want to release as part of our council request, but go ahead.
I was going to suggest, I already give council a monthly litigation and claims report. I'm happy just to include a section of all of those payouts. I'm assuming you want property damage and formal claims resolutions, something like that. But I will work directly with Councilmember Prang and just plan to add that to the monthly litigation and claims report if that works.
And I realize that the information is in our monthly reports that we get, but I'm just thinking like an overall comprehensive report so that we can see in total for the year what we're looking at. Hopefully that's never an issue for us, but I think it would be interesting information for council to have available.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Member Summerson.
I'll echo the thanks to everyone who made public comment tonight, and thank you to the mayor for doing a follow-up on the parking lot. I'd also like to see if there's opportunity for a resolution, and thank you, Member Russell, for taking the lead on the Orchard Place and Simon Center. I'm also very interested in that follow-up. I do want to acknowledge that it is May, it's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I would like to thank members of those communities for their contributions to the city of Englewood, both past and present. And then as a follow-up to my council request regarding the prohibition of data centers and detention centers within Englewood city limit, we did receive information back that made it appear that it would be unlikely for either of those to be built here without amendments or changes to Title 16. However, there is a lot of opportunity for interpretation of those rules, and so I do want to see if there's interest in this body moving forward with a more formal prohibition of both of those within city limits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Summerson. Yeah, I did see that. I would be open to strengthening it to be pretty crystal clear about our intentions as a city. So, anyone else? Just I see your head nodding. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I do also want to thank people.
Actually, Member Russell, hold on one second. Let me just find out on Member Summerson, and then I'll come to you. Member Bethel, did you want to weigh in on the data centers, or?
I did, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd love to see a more formal study done by our Sustainability Commission on the pros and cons of data centers, specifically what the impact of those data centers would be. While it's easy to just say, this is the boogeyman and, let's ban them from the city, I think it's more important that we have a critical evaluation of what they look like, what they could bring, in their detractions. So before we make an outright ban, I would like to look at that in greater detail.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Go ahead, Member Prain. Did you want to?
Regardless of the format or how that conversation comes forward, I'm interested in having the conversation. And a piece of information that I would find useful is any findings. I am starting to see reports about the impacts of temperature around data centers, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
So you'd like to get more information just in general.
Specific
so a study
to that.
session regarding data centers. Okay. Let's start there and then see if we can make that as part of sustainability. Is sustainability a group that does want to take that on? Have you brought that up in the past, Member Bethel?
It was discussed at a Sustainability Commission meeting. I think that there's interest within the Sustainability Commission to look into data centers, but however that discussion happens, I'd like to learn more and go into detail on it.
Sounds good. All right, Mr. Summerson, are you good with that? At some point, I'm just going to call you Member Summerson, but it's just like I'm calling you everything but that. So.
It's fine. Just don't call me late for dinner. I'm fine with the study session. Of course, I would want to know more. I do think that there are very few places within the city of Englewood where these could be located. District 1 being the main place for that, and so I do have a heightened concern about not just whether they would be viable or not, but where they would be located, and not wanting them or detention centers, quite frankly, to be further detriment to residents of District 1.
Appreciate that. All right, thank you so much, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I would like to thank each of you that came out to speak to us tonight. I always appreciate hearing from the public. The one thing about the parking lot, and I'm going to address council, I think that we need to figure out what we can do about parking, but those lots specifically belong to the Malley Center and was probably donated by Elsie Melly at the time. But I do believe that we do need to address parking downtown for our business community because it's impacting the businesses. So if we could put that on the agenda to talk about, I'd appreciate it.
Just like a parking plan for our commercial corridor around Broadway, maybe even Hampton. Because because I've been
Right.
hearing the same thing in terms of just the impacts it's having on residents, businesses along that corridor.
And also in future projects that we do,
Right.
stop eliminating parking.
Okay.
So, all right, thank you.
Members of council, are you on board with having a discussion, study session on parking along the corridors? I think it's long overdue, so we'll do that. All right. Thank you so much. Member Ward.
Yeah, it's not that I don't trust Member Russell's word on who owns that parking lot, but I would like to have some additional information on the ownership of the lot, whether it's actually owned in the name of Malley or if it's owned by the city of Englewood, and how it was assigned to Malley, whether it was purchased by donation or purchased with city tax dollars, etc. Some history of that lot would help in whatever policy decisions we make going forward, whether we make a change or not.
Anything else, Member Ward? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I do have one other, I think this is probably a council request. I got a complaint this week about street sweeping, because the street sweeper was dumping out more dirt than it was picking up. And also about the parking situation, and notifying, I mean, this person suggested that we set specific days for where we're sweeping the streets so that cars can move, but not weeks, because when you have a whole week, cars can't move their car every day. So could we, I suppose the council request is there a schedule for street sweeping and can we follow it? And actually, is there also a policy regarding how often they need to clean out the street sweeper itself, rather than, continuing to sweep if the machine needs to be emptied?
Thank you very much, Member Russell. This is an item that comes up every year regarding street sweeping when they start back up. So,
Right.
But I understand the concern being brought up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I guess I will finish public comment tonight. So just want to make everyone aware that tomorrow we are having the Dartmouth roundabout discussion at Charles Hay. So for those of you that may know or may not know, we are potentially looking at any roundabouts at Dartmouth, at both Logan and at Downing. And so we're in the final phases of that, and we're still looking to get community input. This is, the meeting's gonna be at Charles Hay World School from 4:30 to 6:30 tomorrow evening, so Tuesday night. So if you're unable to make it, feel free to email City Council, let us know your thoughts. There should be information on our websites regarding just the proposed plan. But definitely reach out to me. I love speaking on the subject, so if anybody has any questions, feel free to just reach out to me. And lastly, I think Mr. Isom, tonight's your last evening with City Council. For those of you that may not be aware, Mr. Brian Isom has taken the director role of Community Development Director for the City of Parker. So, I'm sorry? The town of Parker, so that's right. But no, congratulations, Brian. I remember when you came to us from the state of Texas a few years back. You've been very instrumental with what we've done here in the city. I really appreciate all the knowledge you brought to the role. You are going to be missed here in the city of Englewood, but I'm happy for your promotion to the town of Parker. Well deserved. I thought you did a great job here. You're going to be missed, but just really appreciate everything that you've done for the city of Englewood. So thank you very much, Brian. All right, with that, everyone, I think we're good. Do we need to take a break, or are we good to keep a small break? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. It is about, let's just try to get back in 5 minutes. If we could be back at 7:55, that would be great. Thank you very much. I was gonna say, like, Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, members of council and members of the public, we are now back. We're moving on to consent agenda items. I had a request to pull 9A2, and members of council, we are also going to table 9B1 to May 18th. There needs to be a change to that IGA. So first, let's just go ahead and, well, are there any other items that need to be pulled tonight? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9A1 and 9B2?
So moved.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much. Moving on to 9A2. Member Russell, you have a question for our Sustainability Program Manager, Mel England. This is regarding the IGA with the City of Sheridan for a time and cost-sharing building electrification specialist. Member Russell, do you have the question for?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm sorry for the last minute, but this is probably a pretty easy question. So why do we need if shared agreements? Why isn't it possible for all three of us, Sheridan and Littleton and Englewood, to get our own grant money?
Thank you so much for that question. So each city did. So I apologize for not making that clear. So City of Sheridan was awarded $300,000. City of Englewood almost $900,000. So they're pulling from their grant money. We're pulling from ours. And with a partnership of a shared position, we're actually stretching our grant dollars farther.
Okay, so it's just really a shared employee instead of shared grant.
Correct, yes. And the full grant is coming on May 18th because there's no match from the city. It's just one reading. So the second reading for this position will come the same night as the full grant approval for council to consider.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, of course.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A2?
I move to approve 9A2.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, members of council, I am going to make a motion to table 9B1 to May 18th. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. Any comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 11A1. This is Council Bill 36, State Laws Pertaining to Housing and Related Title 16 Amendments. We have the aforementioned Director of Community Development, Brad Power, as well as our Planning Manager, Brian Isom. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening. I don't have anything extra to add except for one item, and I can't remember if we brought this up during the public hearing. So Community Development staff recommends approval of this item with the addition of the word non-functional as underlined in this section right here. I think we read it so many times, we missed the fact that we missed the additional word non-functional to prohibit non-functional grass, non-functional turf grass, non-functional artificial turf. With that, that's all I had.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isom. Any questions from members of council regarding this? See if there's anything else to add here. Nothing from members of council regarding, no, we spoke quite a bit about this one.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
In the street rights of way, parking lots, medians, and transportation corridors, does that include tree lawns?
In tree lawns as far as like inside a parking lot?
No, in front of residential properties. Is the tree lawn considered part of the street rights of way or median?
No, I think what they're talking about are public projects. So any type of median that we're building, any kind of new medians, anything that's already there. Anything that we're focusing now is on new projects. Most of the time we're dealing with common elements. So any kind of HOA property, which we're not building a whole lot of new subdivisions, so it's not really going to affect.
Okay, because it does have on different bullet points, right? So one bullet point specifically lists new and redevelopment of public institution or commercial, manufacturing, industrial uses, common interest properties is its own bullet, and then listed under its own bullet is street rights of way. So do tree lawns consider, or are technically they part of private property?
So I don't believe that this affects residential. We might have to go back and look at it a little bit more. It's like existing residential, like single family homes. As far as we read it, it is focused mainly on the development of larger uses. So commercial, manufacturing, those uses would not be able to install non-functional turf grass in there or invasive species. So they would have to bring in more native plant species, more shrubs, perennial plants, things like that, rather than just strictly grass.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
So my question is, on this recommendation that you have, do we still have to make an amendment to change it? Because in the packet, it hasn't been changed.
Correct. You would have to make a condition. If the recommendation is to approve with the condition that we add that one non-functional. We don't like to go back and change something if we notice an issue. We don't want to go back and change it without acknowledging it first.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Seems simple enough. All right. With no further questions, can I get a motion to approve with the condition of non-functional added to that one specific sentence?
Move to approve 11A1 with the condition that non-functional be added into EMC 16-8-3E1.
Great. Thank you very much, Member Pring. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? All right. Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sarah.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Mr. Isom, you left us with an easy one, so thank you very much for all the work you've done. So have a good evening, Mr. Isom. All right, with that, we are now moving on to 11A2. This is amend the municipal code to expand allowed trash pickups by small trucks. We have our city attorney, Tamara Niles.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an issue that was first raised by Councilmember Bethel regarding the inability of small trash haulers to pick up on alleyways and on any day other than Monday and Wednesday. Of course, our current code limits trash hauling only to 2 days per week, and it doesn't reference the size of a pickup, nor does it reference if alleyways are required versus on-street pickup. The ordinance in front of you proposes that we expand allowed trash pickup to small trucks less than 26,001 pounds in alleyways only, and then on any weekday. So this means anyone can pick up with any truck on alleys or streets on Monday and Wednesday, but small trucks could also pick up in alleyways on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Very short PowerPoint on that. So of course you discussed this during a council member's choice. This was the subject of a council request as well to determine if there were options to provide additional trash pickups that could increase competition and thus lower costs, as well as to provide some additional service to some specific developments. And so this is the culmination of that prior discussion.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Any questions for members of council? I have one. So regarding the public comment that we received tonight, Kent Village, do they have alleyways? Do they fall under this definition?
I can't tell you off the top of my head if they have alleyways, but if they do, this would allow small trucks to pick up in those alleyways on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Thank you very much. I'm thinking of the layout out there. It's like, I guess it's technically an alley. So, all right, Member Bethel and then Member Ward.
I was just going to comment that they utilize lanes that are functionally service alleys. They're part of the private development of the HOA. So I guess it could be a semantic debate, but
I'm just worried that the definition doesn't fit. Yeah, I'm just curious about that. I just don't want to run into any issues with the definition that we are proposing tonight. So, but thank you very much, Member Bethel. Member Ward?
I just have a couple of questions. When we're talking about something that we measure by the ton, the scale and size becomes very difficult for me to understand. So what are we looking at comparably, a 26,000 pound truck or smaller compared to what normally services our streets on Monday and Wednesday?
Well, I think Councilmember Bethel may have more information on this than I do.
if I can, the trucks utilized by Waste Management Public Services have gotten increasingly larger over the past years, to the point that most of them are 81,000 pound gross vehicle weight restriction, which is the federal maximum allowance on any roadway. 26,000 pounds is more akin to a Amazon delivery truck or a UPS truck. If you're more familiar with like the Ford F-550, that's a popular platform that 26,000 trucks are built off.
Okay, that helps a little bit with the context. So we're still not exactly talking about one of those gigantic, like Peterbilt sort of diesel frames.
No, the reason that our trash pickups have moved to the paved street system is because the trucks that our large waste providers are using are too large to fit into our service alleys. And additionally, that the gravel alleys aren't a hard enough surface to support a truck of that weight. So 26,000 pounds, like you see these trucks in the smaller like waste roll-off businesses like the Humpty Dumpty or the mom and pop little junk pickup trucks. It's frequently a COE truck, it's cab over engine. If it's not an otherwise built out like chassis. But another point of context would be that you don't need a CDL to drive a vehicle until you're over 26,000 pounds. So if you look at the back of your license, your driver's license, in the state of Colorado, the CDL requirement is 26,001 pounds plus.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Member Bethel. The second question I have is the sort of delineation between servicing an HOA, servicing an apartment complex, and servicing a single-family residence. These are all technically residential services, but an apartment complex would typically have a commercial account with the provider rather than a residential account, would it not? And does our city code currently delineate that and allow for commercial pickups? Because as I've said a number of times, I live across the street from a school and they get pickups multiple times a week, and they don't really care what day of the week it is. I see them on Saturdays regularly. So I'm wondering if we're fully capturing what we were originally trying to accomplish by reducing service to Mondays and Wednesdays. And now we're sort of opening this up for special cases. And are we fully getting the scope that we might need to actually benefit the most customers in our city?
Yes, this would apply to residential accounts, so residential pickups. That's what's currently limited to Monday and Wednesday. So those commercial accounts do have, as you've seen, more flexibility.
So how is an
like
HOA
a shared dumpster in a
collecting
commercial
for
setting.
multiple residents different than an apartment complex?
I'm sorry?
How is an HOA collecting for multiple residents any different from an apartment complex?
Well, that was something we discussed early on in the council request. that if it is a communal, like a large dumpster, for example, and they have a commercial account, then that's treated differently under our code. So sometimes though, and if an HOA maybe just organizes for various residential properties and it's the residential cart, that's what this would apply to. But not just to HOA, it would apply to any residential account, so any alley. So while that was originally an HOA community that heard this, this would expand it for all residential in the hopes that being able to expand the competition and smaller trucks, less restrictions, could mean more competition and lower costs citywide for residential accounts. Potential. We don't know if it will come to fruition, but there is the potential for that, and that is the hope.
Yeah, I understand the logic. I'm not sure I'm entirely on board. Let me ask Member Bethel, because he and I talked about this early on in this process. This specific case where the residents came to us this week, are they serviced by individual accounts or do they have a collective account that we're trying to service?
So we heard from a representative of Kent Place, and they described their situation where they're moving from one collective dumpster that was serviced to individual trash pickups. So they can no longer utilize the commercial account they once had.
Okay.
And that's where we're running into issues. But the impetus is also like, policy isn't intended to benefit just one party. When we put something in place, we should be thoughtful on how we do it. And it should be for the benefit of our community rather than just for one individual or one neighborhood. So in this, I thought to myself, well, there are plenty of residents of Englewood that maybe don't want to or are not physically able to bring their trash to their curb. And service alleys are technically or originally were for services, including trash pickup. And I would like for our service alleys to be functional in that way again.
And I guess that leads me to my last question, if I may. Why can't those service alleys be used in the same manner on Mondays and Wednesdays?
I think that they can. However, when you open up the market to more days, that gives smaller operators that utilize these smaller trucks more flexibility into the market. When you restrict the days, you can functionally box out these smaller providers that aren't able to only operate 2 days a week.
Okay, thank you. That answers the questions.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I thank you for bringing this up because I actually think there probably is a market out there. There are a lot of people that have been frustrated that they couldn't get alley pickup. And I think what's going on is the trash trucks that the current trash companies are using are too big to use the alleys. And that's why we've moved pickup to the street. So I think this would enable people to move their trash cans back to their alleys. And I think this will meet a need, and if they're reasonable, I think they probably will get traction. But then my question is, if we allow them on Monday and Wednesday, it could be difficult just creating more traffic jam in the city. That's the only thing so thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
I wanted to return to the question before, and from a legal perspective, these pickups that would be on private property in an HOA, would this apply there, or is the technical definition of an alley, would it prohibit those pickups?
When we first looked at this, we concluded that this language would encompass them.
Okay.
But I'm happy to go back and look again and confirm. And I will do that if council chooses to pass this on first reading. I will go back and confirm, and if it does need a revision, then I will bring that at second reading.
Okay, thank you.
Member Prank.
Thank you. I do have a couple of curiosities. One, I'm just wanting us to be aware that if we do go back to using alleyways for service, there could potentially be a long-term cost associated with that, correct? I mean, we've talked about the need to pave some alleyways in the city, and we don't really have enough money to do that. So that's not enough for me to say no. And I think that the opportunity to have competition and hopefully better pricing and what that can bring outweighs that. So that's one point that I wanted to make. And then I do have a question on, so in the memo, there was some information provided because the city attorney's office had recommended reaching out to other providers or existing providers to get input on this. And one of the things that really struck me in one of the responses was the potential danger around low power lines. And I think that that's a real concern for Englewood. I know in my alleyway, it is a very real concern. Even into my backyard, it is. So, have we had any conversation with Excel Energy to get their opinion on this type of service within Englewood's infrastructure and how it exists? I just don't want to create unsafe situations as much as I do want to be open to the idea of competition.
We did not specifically reach out to Excel. Generally, they, if they can, they will move a line at our expense. It would not be our recommendation that we pay to move a power line. Currently, it's my understanding that everything is designed to accommodate vehicular traffic and that the size of the truck, the smaller size, will be able to safely drive through all of our alleyways. So we discounted that statement a little bit because we thought that was probably a provider that would not be able to provide a small truck service. And so we anticipated that maybe that was a reason to say, no, don't bring in competition for us. That was our assumption. It may not be correct, but it was certainly a possibility. Generally, a vehicle, if you're driving your truck down our alley, you need to make sure that you can do it safely. There's an obstruction in the way. The driver has a duty not to drive. So they would have to go around it or back out of the alley and find a different way.
And we just, in good faith, hope that that's what's going to happen. I mean, to be fair, I understand the assumption making and the desire to discount that comment, but I also think there's some reality to that comment. And so, like on, maybe Member Bethel can speak to this, but on the smaller vehicles, is there still like a lift mechanism that is occurring? And that could be a potential issue within our alleyways. So how do we mitigate issues like that, that safety issues that may come up for our residents by moving in this direction?
I'm happy to defer to Councilmember Bethel if he knows the answer.
Okay, so I've looked at a lot of trash trucks.
I can see that.
The top loading or front loading mechanisms that you're referring to, where it lifts up the dumpster or it lifts the bin up and then empties it into the truck, I think that's what you're referring to. Those are really only common on the much larger trucks when you get over 60,000 pounds or in that 81,000 pound limit truck. The vehicles that we are referring to generally have the rear loading, which requires like a hand mechanism to dump into the truck. So they don't have a lift that could interfere with power lines.
Got it. Okay, that is helpful to me. I still think it wouldn't hurt for us to have more information, maybe from a like city that has aging infrastructure like we do, just to make sure that we've done our due diligence. Are there cons that we're not considering? I think that it's easy to point to all of the positives with this, and I likely tonight on first read will be in favor of it, and maybe I'll go do some searching myself, but I'm not sure that we've explored some of the potential risks as well as we could have.
I would add that if a truck takes out a power line, a cable line, somebody's fence, they are liable for it. So in our experience, Excel, for example, would come and immediately fix it, and then they would get recovery from the wrongdoer, whether that be a trash truck, a teenager driving too fast, anybody using the alley, it's the same liability analysis and not dependent upon our licensing ordinance.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Summerson.
Also on the power line risk, add that I investigated once a commercial pickup. It was just about a year ago for an alley pickup, and the first question they asked me when I'd call them up is are there power lines are there power lines around? So they're really interested in not hitting the power lines. And the second thing is currently it's legal for alley pickup on Monday and Wednesday for the big trucks already. So we already have that problem. This wouldn't be adding to it. I don't think this would be allowing smaller trucks where it wouldn't be a problem.
Member Summerson.
I would also be in favor of just making sure that alleyways is properly defined to include properties. I guess the questions I have are more just around, do we know, I mean, are there trash companies, like how many trash companies are there that we're talking about bringing in? I also read through the feedback that was collected. It seemed kind of split on whether they were interested in doing alley pickup at all or changing their infrastructure. And again, I know we're talking about bringing new folks into the market. I'm just not familiar with how many trash companies come on line any particular day to provide new service. So I'd be curious about that. And then also whether or not in an expansion of pickup days, if that would then mean some folks would be able to get their trash picked up multiple days because of the smaller truck and possibly smaller cans, et cetera.
Yes, people could get their trash picked up multiple days. The only people we contacted were those that are currently licensed in the city. So those are the large trucks that only pick up on Monday and Wednesday. So we know there are multiple other providers in the metro, but the exact number of other providers, I don't.
All right, thank you so much. Member Ward.
I want to talk briefly about the law of unintended consequences. So let's just assume here a worst case scenario. We make this policy change, we alter the code, and in a year we've gotten hundreds of complaints, and so we go to reverse it. What does that look like? Because at that point, are we not effectively forcing people out of the market? And is that not a taking of some sort when we reverse the policy?
We could reverse the policy. I don't believe it would be a taking if we gave advance notice and if there was a safety reason or a valid reason for changing this, so it can be undone. And I base that, we didn't analyze it for this specific issue, but we did analyze it if we went to a single trash hauler, which meant all the other licensed trash haulers would be pushed out and it would be based on a competitive bid. And we determined that was the same conclusion. It was not a taking. We could do it, but we needed to give advance notice and planning.
Okay, the second question is in regards to this 26,000 pound weight limit. I think back to my experience, and one of my big issues is quiet hours, as I've complained about a number of times on the dais and privately. I've been frustrated fairly consistently with my inability to get the city to enforce quiet hours. Say what you will about the rationality or reasonability of complaining about a 657 commercial activity across the street from your house. 657 is decidedly before 7 a.m. and 26,002 pounds is decidedly more than 26,001 pounds. We don't have a scale where we can measure these trucks. We don't have a specific sort of means of immediately determining that the law is being violated. So the question then becomes, first and foremost, will we enforce it? And secondarily, how will we enforce it? If I call the police and they're working on a bank robbery and a fatal car accident, and there's a 30,000 pound truck on a Thursday, they're not going to come pick up that truck. So I have concerns about opening the door to just blatant policy violations or lackadaisical enforcement when we have a structure currently that seems to be working effectively.
So City Council creates the laws and they give staff the tools they need to enforce the laws, which you did so recently in granting the ability to assess an administrative fine for violations of the licensing ordinance, among other things. Whether or not staff chooses to issue those fines is a matter of staff discretion, but it can certainly be a policy discussion among council, direction to city manager that then flows down to staff. And I know those conversations have occurred. So what I envision, and I agree, our police should be focusing on a bank robbery instead of a truck that weighs too much from a public safety perspective. What I would request is the complainer take a picture of the truck with the license plate, in which case we have proof of it. And generally, I anticipate it would be a large trash truck, not a 26,002 pound truck. I think that one we're probably willing to let go. But if it's a large trash truck that visibly you can tell is an 80,000 pound truck trying to pick up trash on a Friday in an alley, that's one that staff can run down based on a photo and the testimony of.
Thank you.
And I will say that city prosecutor works for me, and I'm fairly confident the city prosecutor would take that case on based on the photo and a witness statement.
Member Bethel.
I'd also like to add that GVWR is gross vehicle weight rating. That applies to a class of trucks rather than GVW, which is the gross vehicle weight. So the difference is gross vehicle weight measures the weight of the vehicle at a moment in time, versus the GVWR, the gross vehicle weight rating, is a category of trucks. So if, for example, someone was driving something outside of this class 6, 26,000 pound gross vehicle weight rated truck, you'd be able to take a photo of the truck and identify that is not a class 6 truck. So there's no actual weighing of the truck involved in this categorization.
Go ahead, Member Ward.
This just brings up another concept, because these trucks are going to be traveling on our roads and through our alleys. And there's no means, unless you physically witness it doing a pickup on the street, of knowing whether the pickups are occurring on the street or in the alley as a resident. So what our residents will notice is that trucks of varying sizes are operating every day of the week, Monday through Friday, throughout the city, whether they're in the alley or on the street. The ordinary lay resident doesn't necessarily have a means, unless the pickup actually occurs on their street, of knowing whether or not that truck is supposed to be there. So I have concerns. I'm not saying that I wouldn't vote for this on second reading if it comes up and passes, but as of right now, I'm more than likely going to be a no.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any further comments on this item? If not, can I get a motion to approve 11A2?
I move to approve 11A2.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Could I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments on this item? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think this is a great idea, and I thank Member Bethel for bringing it forward. I like things that give a little freedom back to the market, and anything that will encourage alley pickup and keep the trash cans off the street. This is just a really well-crafted piece of legislation, the kind of thing I'd like to see more of.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll chime in as well. I will be in support of this, although it does give me pause. The major pause that it gives me is just the fact that we are opening up trash pickup to every day of the week. I'd rather it go the opposite direction, where we just have a single hauler for the city, but I do understand the intent here. The fact that we will be utilizing alleys is what's going to allow me to do this, which doesn't mean that they will have to traverse our roads regardless once they get out of the alleys. I also wanted to bring up the fact that a lot of the research that was done on the large trucks in the alleys, that was done as part of the single hauler conversations back in 2021, and we did note the impacts that some of these larger trucks, one of the major trash haulers did let us know that the fact that the reason why they're not going down the alley is because they upsize their trucks in order to allow less returns to the trash lots, because it just made sense for them financially to go that route. So, but there was a lot of work done by the Public Works Director at that point that did let us know these are the impacts to our alleys based off of the trucks that are going down the alleys today. So But it would probably be good for us to research that information at that point from those conversations. But with that, I'll still be in support of this. Although I still have pause about the frequent trips potentially that we may be seeing on a daily basis. So, all right, with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Moving on to 11A3, this is Council Bill 40. City Clerk authority to refer SCPA complaints to the Secretary of State. We have Assistant City Attorney Jackson Higgins. Good evening, Mr. Higgins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this item is coming to you after conversations with the City Clerk's office. This is in state statute, the authority for municipalities who are responsible for reviewing local campaign finance complaints themselves to then refer complaints that they are conflicted out of to the Secretary of State. But that right requires a municipality to adopt an ordinance saying as such, and then to provide the Secretary of State with a copy of that ordinance and then wait 180 days for that to come into effect. Important for you all to know that what conflict is defined as in the state statute is Colorado Revised Statute, Section 145, 111.7. And the conflict is defined as the actual or reasonably perceived inability to process a campaign finance complaint or impose a remedy in a fair and impartial manner, including an actual or reasonably perceived bias or other factors that may impact the independence of the decision maker regarding the complainant or a candidate. So it's a broad definition, anything in essence that makes city clerk's job either in actuality or in perception more difficult in administrating campaign finance complaints. So we included in our own definition in the ordinance. It includes an actual or potential conflict of interest between city clerk's office staff and either the complainant or respondent, either party in the complaint, including when a complaint is filed by or against a city elected official, city department, or a city staff member. So those are 4 instances that might make the city clerk conflicted out of being able to effectively administrate those. This is the Englewood Municipal Code section that gives the city clerk authority to administrate local complaint. And then the general way this works, there's a form that you can find on the Secretary of State's website that this just allows the city clerk to access and file when the city clerk does an initial review of complaints that come into her office. She has 10 days to then decide whether or not there's a potential conflict of interest, and then submits this form to the Secretary of State stating what the complaint is for, citing the actual violation, and then citing what the city clerk's perceived conflict of interest actually is. So the deference does end up with the Secretary of State in terms of whether or not there is an actual conflict, but it does give our city clerk the ability to request referral. And again, the point is to make sure complaints can be effectively administrated and that in the public's perception and in actuality, there's no biases when the city clerk is hearing those complaints. Short one, so I'm here for any questions.
Mr. Higgins, thank you very much for that presentation. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So my question is this required by the state?
No, it's not. It's options.
And is there any connection between us writing this law and any of the complaints that occurred in the last couple of elections directly to the Secretary of State's office?
I would have to defer to our city clerk in terms of what her experience has been in the past. I can say from our perspective, all this is what is, I think, an essential tool for her to be able to use, both, like I said, for the public to have surety that there's no bias when there's a currently seated city council member who has a complaint against them in the future, that a staff member who is under the purview of city council is an administrator. So that's where the onus of this is coming from, why we think it's appropriate.
Okay, and the reason I asked the question, because I believe there were a couple of complaints, and the law changed a few years ago, I believe, that the complaints needed to come to the city clerk there were a couple of complaints in the last couple of elections that where citizens bypassed coming to the clerk and went directly to the Secretary of State. So I guess what I'm asking, would this fix that problem? Because if it came to you, it probably would go, was this designed to fix that specific problem?
No, this is separate. So, and when that did happen, I reached out to the Secretary of State's office, who assured me that they still have to accept anything that comes in through their office, and then they would deny it based on it not being in jurisdiction. So that's very separate than this. This is essentially conflict of interest. I can refer this out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Member Pring.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I have a question about timelines in which to file the complaint. So in the whereas sections, the fourth whereas references 14 days.
Yeah.
And then in the code section, it references 10 days. So is that inaccurate, or does this movement provide an additional 4 days on top of what code already says that the clerk get to file?
I'm so sorry, can you point me to where in the code?
So in the fourth whereas paragraph, it references 14 days.
Yes.
And then code section 1-8-9 references 10.
I see. So in order for a complaint to be successfully referred, it has to be reviewed within the timeline required by the municipality. So whatever is in our code section, if the city clerk is required to review within 10 days, then that requirement is set for us to be able to refer a complaint to the Secretary of State. So whatever is fewer.
Okay. So then should we just have the one number of days allow, like, it feels confusing to me to have the two different allowabilities referenced. And if it's different for the state versus us, but it defaults to us and ours is lower, then we should just state the lower number, I think, in both.
For sure.
And then I think I just have a question. So do we have any insight as to when something is referred to the Secretary of State? Does it create an extensive timeline for things to be resolved, given that it's going to the state? And I'm sure the state has lots and lots of cases resolved. I mean, I'm just thinking right now we still have some.
Excuse me, Member Frank, do you mind speaking into the mic just in case it's not getting picked up?
Sorry, we still have some issues that are unresolved through the Secretary of State currently. And so I'm just kind of curious about, I wholeheartedly agree with this, and I agree that we should remove the conflict of interest in your position specifically to deal with these. I'm just curious about the timelines.
I do not know. I do not know the Secretary of State's timelines, if they're bound by that or if it's based on how many they have. I know Councilmember Ward is shaking his head that it can be cumbersome when something goes through Secretary of State's office because they monitor the entire state. So I suspect that that's the case, that it would bog it down and it could take longer, but I think they're bound by timelines as well.
Okay, thank you.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I genuinely don't know their process.
I'm not overly familiar with their timeline, although I am very aware that they have been taking increasingly longer times to resolve these complaints.
All right. Any further questions on this item? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A3?
Move to approve 11A3.
Thank you, Member Pring. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? I don't see any comments. Thank you very much for all the work on this, Assistant City Attorney Jackson Higgins. With that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson?
Aye.
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Very much for your time. We're moving on to the next item, second reading of the chronic nuisance regulation. We have Mr. Jackson Higgins again.
All right, I am here to answer questions on second reading. Both of those changes, amendments that council proposed at first reading are included, and so that's weeds is reverted back to what it was before. There's no change to the weeds definition, and then the city is required to provide notice of warning before a property is designated a chronic nuisance.
Sounds great. Thank you very much. Open up questions. Member Russell.
Thank you. It has come to my attention that the mayor has told someone that if someone files a complaint on the property, 2831, that's really the subject of this whole thing, that they really wouldn't have to do any investigating. They could already go back because there's so many calls on that property. Is that true? Would that happen?
That would not happen. And with not just complaints being made, but actually fully adjudicated, a property would have to have an actual nuisance on their property that is provable by the standard of proof for civil and criminal offenses.
Okay, so criminal offenses. If, because we know that criminal offenses can create a nuisance, but if they have not been adjudicated, if the police don't arrest someone, will that count towards declaring it a nuisance property?
No.
I rest my case. This will not do what we're asking it to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Any further questions from members of council? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
I'll move to approve 11B1.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I greatly appreciate all the work that you have done on this. And I am very concerned about a lot of the situations that we have across the city. I think this is going to be adding one more law to the books that will be unenforceable. And it is very frustrating that those people down there around that 2831 believe that this is the answer to their problems. This is not the answer to their problems. And this whole law came into being because of 2831. There are no other situations, and I think this is an overreach, and I don't think we should be passing. So I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. I will be in support of the chronic nuisance regulation. This is about multiple properties around commercial areas within our city as well as residential. So this is not strictly entitled to just one specific property across the city. I am in favor of this because it does allow us, our code enforcement as well as our police department a second avenue that they don't currently have today. So I will be supportive of this. I know it doesn't fix every single issue that comes across the city, but I am in favor of just providing this additional tool for our police department. So with that, see no further comments. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the work on this,
Thank you.
Jackson. All right, we are now moving on to 11B2. We have our City Attorney Tamara Niles on Council Bill 26. Anything new on this one, City Attorney Niles?
No, this is on for a second reading today, and so I would welcome any questions. No changes from the last reading.
Sounds great. Thank you very much. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I do have a question, and Ms. Bailey has sent a myriad of emails regarding this question. Will someone be charged with lying? Does the burden of proof lie on the city? I'm mostly asking about the questions that Ms. Bailey asked.
Yes, this would follow the exact same standards and procedures for any violation of our code. In order for someone to be cited, there has to be probable cause to believe that they violated our law. And then they would either be given a citation or receive a long form complaint that the city prosecutor writes out that they have probable cause to believe this law was violated. Then they would go in front of a judge, and the judge has to find that they violated our code beyond a reasonable doubt in order to be found guilty. So it doesn't change the standard for a violation of any other law or the prosecution of that violation in municipal court.
Okay, so someone just saying that the petitioner lied to them isn't necessarily proof.
It is some evidence, yes. Is it sufficient to establish proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that is a decision for the judge to make.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Any further questions for members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B2?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments on this item? All right. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I will not be in support of this because I believe that the way things are right now are not broken. We are just fixing something that's not a problem. So thank you. I'll be voting no.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. All right, seeing no further comments, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson?
Aye.
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Member Summerson?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you very much for the work on this, City Attorney Niles. We're now moving on to 11C1. We have our Director of Finance, Kevin Ingalls, here to speak on the 2025 Budget Supplemental number 4. Good evening, Mr. Ingalls.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Ingalls, Director of Finance. This is our final supplemental for closing out the 2025 budget. So it's our year-end true-up. First couple of slides are just about the process. So we have 4 items on the request this evening. There's only one for the general fund. That is $431,000 for Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. The bulk of this request is directly related to the offsetting revenue there. You see it's $422,000. There are a couple of small items for library furniture and some contractual services for the Bridge House Ready to Work program. Second item is the Malley Center Trust Fund. That's for $100,000. Their board approved a contribution to the replacement of the Malley Center weight room equipment. The rest of that was paid by the Conservation Trust Fund. Third item is Parks and Rec General Obligation Construction Fund. They closed out the Cushing Park project and it went over by $1,500, so we need to square that away. And lastly is the golf course, $275,000 request. This is directly also related to additional rounds played, which generated an additional $478,000 in revenue. Those are the requests for the final 2025 budget supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ingalls, for the presentation. Any questions for members of council? I have just one. I still don't understand the very first one, the 431. Can I get a little bit more detail about what that was?
This slide shows a little more detail. I think we have Park Recreation, Library, and Golf Director Underhill here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. The big bulk of this was the budget savings challenge of $273 from last year. And ultimately, we were open at Pirates Cove, Farm and Train. Our summer camps were full. And so ultimately, our staff were working probably what would be considered normal hours. But when we get rained out or have a high heat day, like for the Farm and Train, we'll close early, which cuts staff hours. So ultimately, we were paying staff for the times that we were open. Pirates Cove was open every single day last year for the season, minus a few closures during the afternoons when we had storms coming in. So it was really ultimately the expenditure for staff that we went over for that. And then we had furniture in the library replaced at 88,000, which was desperately needed as that furniture had really aged out. It gets heavy use. We have over 1,600 people using the computers monthly. And so ultimately those chairs and tables and everything have been wearing out. And then the last one, we have a contract with Bridge House Ready to Work. They're helping our Parks Department out in a handful of locations throughout our city to help beautify it, keep it clean, and all of that. It's a nice partnership. And that's going on again this year as well.
Thanks for the clarification on that, Director. Any further questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Pring.
I don't really have a specific question for Director Underhill. Maybe more of a question for Director Engel. Can you just walk us and the public through the whole budget savings challenge and how that functions? I just feel a bit like, one, it seems to set up departments for being punished for doing well, and I don't like that. But also just how the information is presented, the way that it is in this packet, it feels a little unclear, I guess. So this isn't $273,000 that was already in the budget and whatever. This is $273,000 that the department requested and didn't receive within the budget because of this savings challenge. Do I have that correct?
That is essentially correct, yes.
Okay.
We do a 5-year look back to see how much the departments have returned to the fund balance at the end of each year. So how much they're under budget. And that's really what it's meant, is to try to keep them closer to what they're actually going to have at the end of the year and close that gap so that council can decide what to do with those extra funds.
I'm not sure that if we're going to continue with that practice that we reference it the way that we do, because I think it probably feels a little unclear to the public. This is just a straight up new ask. That we didn't have enough money to cover staff time for what they worked because we did so well in our seasons. But I would eventually like to have a conversation about that strategy used with our budgeting. I'm not sure if everyone agrees with my assessment, but I do feel like a department that's doing especially well in creating savings for the city then is in some way punished because they did well.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that that feels fair and right. So maybe that's a conversation that could be had at budget advisory, or we could have it at council. I don't know an appropriate time to have that conversation, but it's a little bothersome to me.
It's a good point, but Kevin, can you kind of speak to it? Because I'm thinking because we had such a hot summer last year, this is the reason why we went over. But in the past, just about every single department was overinflating what their potential labor cost was going to be, or their costs were going to be for the city. And that was affecting us in terms of budgeting, in a sense. But can you kind of speak a little bit to it?
It's roughly $1 million impact for the general fund each year, or for the last few years. So we didn't want to have that tied up if unnecessarily, if council needed to, during the year, appropriate that somewhere else. I think that was the philosophy. Budget tighter and come back with a supplemental if we need to, because more often than not, we don't need to. But certainly could be a discussion.
To your point, though, we probably should have a discussion on it just because of the way that when I read this, I just couldn't really figure it out, but you summarized it pretty well, Member Prank. But it's probably maybe a discussion for council to kind of have.
Okay.
But no, it's a good point.
Mayor, if I could just add
Sure.
to that some history, and Director Ingalls and I have had this discussion a number of times. It does sometimes feel like punishment. I think what we saw, particularly in 2019 through probably 2022, before we formalized this budget savings challenge, is tremendous over budgeting that at the end of the year meant we had $1 million extra that we weren't expecting. and we had created like a self-inflicted wound throughout the budget process, not estimating the departments are always going to have some vacancies, even if they've been 100% filled, for which is rare. But some smaller departments can have that 100%. And so when we started building this in, we started getting much more accurate budgets at the end of the year that reflected reality rather than kind of let's hope that we're always staffed and hope that all these programs go off as planned.
Thank you, Sean. So yeah, we were having a discussion on the other side where it's like, why are we always having more money than we were anticipating? Which is a good problem, but just I always wondered about that during budget process. So go ahead, Member Frank.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I still don't like it. And I think it's worth having a conversation. It is, I think, a tricky thing to balance, but I do think that it then, I don't know, why can't we just have the standard of a tighter budget being presented and asked for at the beginning instead of doing the whole challenge and we may or may not be giving money back? And I just feel like it's potentially confusing for the public as well when we speak about this as a strategy. So I'd like to learn more about it and really kind of wade through maybe some years worth of information around it and talk about whether that's the right strategy to continue to use.
We'll be back in front of you in 3 weeks to kick off the budget, so we can certainly add a slide or two about this if you'd like.
Well, actually, Kevin, I don't know if that was picked up by the mics. I've been wondering about whether we're speaking directly into the mics tonight. So, yeah. But we'll be speaking on the other side of this in 3 weeks, which is stated, correct?
Yeah, we can have that part of the conversation as we talk about the 2027 budget and
okay.
if we want to change this process.
I was going to ask one other question, Kevin. Is this the only department that we are going to see this from this?
Yes, this is all we have for
Okay.
2025.
Perfect. All right. Appreciate that, Kevin. All right. Any further questions from council? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
So moved.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. I am just losing it tonight. Member Summerson. Let me see here. What else? All right, no, that's it. I was already moving on to the next item. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you very much, Christina, as well on the item. All right, moving on to Mayor's Choice. What I wanted to bring up here was just the fact that, if you read the document for the Mali Health Aging Expo vendor donation acceptance, there are a few things that were donated as part of that event. Just as part of our new policy, I'm just looking to see if there's any objection to that, to moving forward with the gifts that were authorized for that event. So, anyone have anything to add? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. In looking at these gifts, we don't really know what the actual amount of the gifts are. I mean, the things that they've done are not generally excessive, and most things like the Aging Expo, and I was to something over the weekend where there were gifts donated. I don't see this as the same as making a donation. These are just the benefits of going there. Now, I think when I think of a donation is like the $5,000 that someone gave. And so I think this is really not necessary.
Would it matter? Well, I just wondered in terms of, I can't tell you what some of these items are valued at, essentially. But if there was an item on here that was like valued at a high dollar amount, or even if that, was there an Amazon gift card on here? Yeah, there was. If that was like a large amount, would that change your opinion, Member Russell?
If it was a large amount, like $2,000 maybe, but council members can receive gifts up to $50 and nobody has to report anything. Do we know how much the Amazon card was? There was one other.
There were
might
a
have-
few gift cards, I think. King Supers.
Yeah, the King Supers one also.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. Most everything on there was $25 or less in the amounts. The only big dollar item, but you had to purchase their service, was the leaf company to put the gutters, cover the gutters, and that was $250 off those services. So you actually had to purchase that. But again, 25 or under was the majority of all of those items.
Well, and even the 250 off if you purchased it.
Right.
It didn't even cover very much towards that. I think this is normal part of doing business, and I think it just is a waste of time, and that's my personal opinion. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
No, I get what you're saying here. And plus, it wasn't city employees that were getting these donations. Something
Right.
donated.
Right.
These are giving out to attendees. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to differentiate that. You know, we're very black and white when it trying to make policies. So, Member Ward, go ahead.
I vaguely recall a recent conversation on something similar to this. City Attorney Niles, can you clarify?
Yes, so city charter says city council has authority to accept gifts on behalf of the city. We did bring an ordinance recently that said staff can accept these small gifts, and I believe it was up to $5,000. And Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott presented on that, and I believe it was tabled, and we're bringing it back. But to ensure charter compliance, we aren't comfortable making that policy decision unless and until city council adopts an ordinance giving us the authority to do that.
Well, I think this is a great example of why we need to do something like that. So timely, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Member Ward. All right, seeing no objections. All right, Stephanie, do you happen to have the document for the executive session? That's the next thing up. All right, so everyone, the second item is I move to go into executive session tonight. I move that council go into executive session for the purpose of direction to negotiators and attorney-client privilege to discuss pending litigation under CRS section 246402-4B and CRS section 246402-4E. Present at the executive sessions will be the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Jack Bethel, Tina Pring, Rita Russell, Rick Summerson, and Stephen Ward, City Manager Sean Lewis, City Attorney Tamara Niles, and Risk Program Manager Erica Gould. May I have a second?
Point of information first. So this is for more than one item that we're going into executive session?
No, it's actually the same item. So it's a single discussion, but it's to both receive information from me under attorney-client privilege and then to provide me direction as a negotiator in the litigation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I mean, I think there's a rule that we can only do one topic. Is that correct?
No, actually, CML recommends that you include as many potential bases for executive session as may apply and to be more inclusive than less. So that's why this is a little bit different than what you've seen. We included both bases for the executive session because we are asking for direction.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Russell. All right. I don't think I got a second. Member
Second.
Russell? Okay. Thank you, Member Russell. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
All right. We will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room. Thank you very much. All right, everyone, we are now back. The time is now 10:16, and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Jack Bethel, Tina Pring, Rita Russell, Rick Summerson, Stephen Ward, City Manager Sean Lewis, City Attorney Tamara Niles, Risk Program Manager Erica Gould. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Pring.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Summerson.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record shows 7 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matter is not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, moving on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just keep it to one item. Just wanted to check in to find out from you all if you were anticipating a facilitator for your discussion, the special session on the Thursday to talk about the strategic plan. We did that for the affordable housing goals that you set, but we don't have to do that. We just wanted to check in and see if you were wanting that.
My thoughts are no, I don't think that that's necessary. I think that I'm just hoping that everybody takes a look at the strategic plan and comes ready to participate with items that need to be added to provide a little bit more clarity on what our specific goals are for specific goals, specific metrics, that type of thing for that evening. So I kind of gave a rough draft of what I need to add or what I was looking to add. I have more around the environment and things like that that I like to see added. So that's just my ask. I'm not sure if anybody has any differing thoughts on that. But no, I think that should be. Don't see anything from council.
Okay, we'll have some scribes there, and we can be keeping track of when we get to 4 in terms of the, for things that get added. All right. Thank you. That's
Sounds
all.
good. All right, with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. We'll see you next Monday night. Have a good evening.